So anyway, are we ready to put it to the vote? Yes? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, because it was some time ago when the application was first talked about this morning. We have had as Joel said earlier, we've had a letter from the government office basically saying, don't issue this, and if you are wanting to approve, then we want to look at it, let you know whether we're going to call it in. Completed and the completion of the Section 106.
Right, thank you for that. So, members, all those we've had a proposer and seconded that we go with the officer's recommendation for approval. All those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? One abstention. So that application is approved. Hey, members, we're going to have some lunch at some stage, and it's been suggested to me that we. Yeah, we'll have to do.
Sorry, Chairman, can I just make a brief statement about the reason why I abstained there? It has been suggested to me outside this meeting today and on previous occasions that I had predetermined and that I affected my discretion. I have absolutely not done so, but for the avoidance of any doubt about the way in which I
Make your integrity whatsoever, and you've come to a conclusion through the whole debate, and that's fine. Right, so we will be back here. We're going to do it. Right, okay.
What's the planning officer?
This is
I've just pinged him, so I thought we were going to stop, so he hasn't come down.
application 3837.
We're waiting for the planning officer to come down and stop over.
Right, we've got to wait for a planning officer. Okay.
I didn't get to them down, so I thought we.
I can ask. Okay.
But don't share the screen, share the programme. Otherwise,
Yeah.
we could get embarrassed. If you go down to the Windows. No, we will. We'll kill that bit.
Right, members, sorry for the slight delay, but we have to deal with this one. So we're now going to look at the application 383721 full New England Quarry, Plimpton. And we have Mr. Jeffrey to present the case. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you, Chair. The application is for a change of use of 2 cabins to allow their use as unrestricted holiday lets. Cabins were granted in 2019, subject to a condition restricting their use in association with the dive school operating at the site. Application has been called in by Councillor Thomas, as the site may be considered a suitable exception for its excellent permissions and de facto existence. The site, as I mentioned, is a former quarry. It's accessed from New England Hills, around 2 miles from Yelton and Ivy Bridge. For the purpose of the JLP policy, the site is in an isolated countryside location where development is only allowed in exceptional circumstances. The application relates to 2 cabins, one of which is located next to the quarry, overlooking the water. The second is just to the west of the access track, nestled in the wood. That's the cabin next to the quarry. Second cabin next to the access track. Planning permission for the cabins was granted in 2019. In order to justify the introduction of holiday lets in this isolated countryside location, the following condition was included. This restricted the use of the holiday cabins solely to visitors attending the dive school, and it obviously restricted them to not be used as a main resident. The owners are required to maintain an up-to-date register of the names and home addresses of all occupiers of the cabins. The key issues with regards to the application, the application is purely considering the principle of this change of use. Obviously, the design, appearance, and citing them is all accepted as part of the 29 application. That's not for consideration. The JLP gives a strong presumption against development in such countryside locations, only in exceptional circumstances. The exceptional circumstances in 2019 were provided by the association with the dive school. And officers consider that without the condition in question, the proposed holiday cabins are not supported by relevant JLP policy. Thank you. If you've got any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, members? No. Right. Okay, so we'll then move on to The supporter, Mr. Neil Tutwell, would you like to speak? Very, very sorry about that. But no, the lunch will come. So you've got three minutes because okay.
Thank you very much. Say good afternoon to you. Just a short background, really, on this previous brownfield site. That's the site just before we purchased the site. That's the lower yard. Just to the left of there is where the lower cabin is now, where the pile of stone is on the left-hand side. Slide B, please. Next one. Okay, this is the lower area where you saw the machinery. That's us digging the area out there to provide a flood prevention scheme for the village in Yampton, which we did in association with the Environment Agency. We gave that up. Slide C, please. That's the lower lodge, the smaller one you saw just out the end of the building. That's where that is actually. So no trees were cut down, and the whole area is covered by TPO, and I'm a tree lover. Can I have D, please? That's the same area now where all the machinery was, the ponds and the landscaping that we've put in. And you can see the diving lake at the back there, and that's one of the lodges there. There's a house over there on the other side as well. Next slide, please. That's the top area that we restored. We brought in 85,000 tonnes of topsoil, and that's now been replanted as a woodland, put back what was taken out when the quarry was operational. So that connects now with the ancient woodland. That's it, I think. One more, next slide, please. And that's one of the log cabins. That's actually in where there were no trees, so it has been squeezed in. We're always mindful of the site, but they have to pay, and the site will actually be left as in a trust, so it's a wildlife site forever. Let me just get my notes. At the time, the quarry was in regular use by the police, the university, and the joint services all trained there. We also used to have people coming in from courses and such forth. For recreational divers, and hence the cabins. This remained the case until 2019 when permission was granted for the eco cabins. Dive school was flourishing, however, when the pandemic hit, we had to stop dead. We just couldn't operate, and we still can't get any insurance cover to continue operating. Therefore, the dive school is now inoperable, largely due to the difficulty in getting any type of insurance. As the two eco cabins are currently only being used in connection with the dive school, unless the application is successful, the cabins will have to remain empty. That's in no one's best interest. The advice to you from your officer is the application is acceptable in technical respects. There are no unacceptable impacts. Oh gosh, right. Okay. Finally, I suppose, therefore, the only question facing members is whether you would rather see these eco cabins empty, unable to use in any purpose whatsoever, or would you like to see them used as holiday accommodation and on a sustainable site, so all the power comes from turbines, and the money from those also will go to supporting the long-term management of this wildlife reserve that we've created.
Thank you very much. Members,
pages. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Yes, Coach Martin.
Any circumstances under which you'll be able to restart diving operations?
Not commercially, not as to taking in people who want to holiday there and dive. I can't see that. I just can't see it starting yet. I just can't get insurance cover for it because it's too difficult. The COVID really knocked us sideways. The first cabin, that cabin there, arrived on a lorry the day before lockdown. Complete nightmare. So, all our thoughts and dreams just basically went out the window.
So what's changed with regard to pre-COVID and after COVID?
We can't get insurance for people coming in because of the COVID situation, and diving is really, if there is another outbreak or something else like that, you have pieces that go in people's mouths, you have eye stuff, and the overall thing of keeping the site clean in that sense. Should there be another break, and of course people just don't want to book anything like that now.
Okay, right, thank you.
Any other questions? Right, okay, no further questions. Thank you very much.
Sorry for keeping you from your lunch.
Not your fault. Which one of you two is going to go first, Councillor Thomas or Councillor Baldry? Councillor Thomas.
It's me again, Chairman, principally because I called this in. Members, first thing I say to you is this is a very rare call-in for me in the sense that I completely concur with Mr. Jeffrey and the planning advice that he's given, because from a planning and procedural point of view, I have to concede that he is entirely correct. That's my starting point, which is an unusual one when you're calling in an application because you don't agree necessarily with officer advice. But the fact of the matter is, I think as Mr. Tugwell has put across really well, my call-in stands, you know, and the phraseology I used, I think applies. You know, I think there is an exceptional circumstance here. There is, you know, an extant permission for people to stay in two pre-existing cabins that, had the bottom not dropped out, or maybe the mouth dropped out of the dive school market, they would be being used now. We can't change the fact that those cabins are there. Mr. Tugwell certainly didn't put them there planning on there being a worldwide pandemic that would knock the bottom out of the dive school business, unless he has far greater prescience than anyone else on earth. You know, this is truly an unfortunate set of circumstances that has left the applicant with two cabins that, for reasons you've heard, he cannot use. Now, what makes this particularly interesting is that for those of you that know the location of this site, you might know that it falls within the parish of Yampton, and yet I could introduce you to probably 80% of the parish in Yampton, more, Councillor Border is telling me, who wouldn't know where this was. It follows that the applicant could actually be doing what he's doing now, and we none of us would know. And there will be no one reporting to Councillor Border or I to pass on to enforcement, because they simply wouldn't know about it. But Mr. Tugwell is a decent man, and he has not done that. Instead, he has followed due process and applied for a variation. He's been told quite correctly, from a procedural point of view, that the permission is recommended to be refused. I would ask you as a committee, exactly as it says in the call-in, to adopt a pragmatic approach, to say, the fact of the matter is these cabins exist. The fact is, Mr. Tugwell, you've seen, has clearly greatly enhanced the natural environment from where it was before. He's clearly got the environment in his heart, and this, I think, is not an unreasonable request, albeit an unusual one, in the sense that it requires some pragmatism from the Development Management Committee. I don't really have anything more to say apart from the fact that I've only called it in for that reason. If the cabins didn't exist and the application was to put them there, then that would be different. But we are where we are, and so I would appeal to members to yes, show some pragmatism and accept that it would be better to have cabins occupied by people on holiday than it would be to have them sitting there doing nothing in perpetuity. I won't take any more of your time, members.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Anybody got any questions for Councillor Thomas? No? No? We'll go to the debate.
Yes.
Okay.
I attended, we had a arbitration session at Councillor Brazil, Councillor Thomas, myself and Mr. Jeffrey, and that has convinced me. What I'm about to say is I'm going to recommend approval, Chairman, for this contrary to the planning officer's recommendation. I think it's not very usual. It is a matter of common sense. The cabins already exist. We need to use them. They've already been built. I know Mr. Tugwell. I know of his desire to do the best possible thing for the natural environment. He's been involved in the flood mitigation. He's done a great deal of work in favour of the environment. I am certain that if this is approved, that Mr. Tugwell will not change his spots. He will continue to make sure the environment is protected. And you clever people who've been on this planning committee longer than me can think of planning reasons for it to reverse the officer recommendation. Very good report. I understand why the officer came to that conclusion, because that is what policy says. But think of some clever words. I'm recommending that we approve this decision on the basis of common sense, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Poultry. Unfortunately, the word common sense isn't in the rule book when it comes to policies, but I thought Councillor Brazil had it. Councillor Brazil next.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're absolutely right. Common sense is not a material planning consideration. But what I will say is that I agree with everything that's been said by Councillor Thomas and Councillor Baldry. What I would say is that the reason why I would, and I'm happy to second the recommendation for move for approval, which is against officer recommendation. And the reason why I go against officer recommendation is I think we've heard quite clearly that there are exceptional circumstances because of COVID, which meant that the diving school could no longer function. The truth of the matter is, I'm sure Mr. Tugwell would prefer if the diving school was functioning and people were going there and staying in the lodges and using the diving school, because that's what they're there for. Through circumstances beyond his control, that's not the situation. And whereas I totally agree that with the planning officer's conclusions, I think that we as a committee have the opportunity to look at those exceptional circumstances and to go with approval, which is against officer's recommendation. So I would leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. Councillor Hodgson, you wish to speak?
I'll keep it brief, Chairman. I support what's been said so far. I think it's actually a good justification to go, unfortunately, against the officer's recommendation. I think actually it'd be more destructive to refuse permission and just see these cabins just wither into the countryside and ultimately have to be removed. So I think they're well justified, and it supports hopefully a recovery for our tourist trade in the area.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? All right. No, we need to put something to. Councillor Spurden, sorry.
Just with regard to, I don't disagree with what other members have said, but with regard to occupancy, etc., are we considering any conditions with regard to occupancy of these 365 days a year or less or whatever? Are we likely to condition anything so that they don't become permanent dwellings?
I think
I accept I'm running danger and getting a little bit flippant on this one, but given that we've recommended for a refusal, it's kind of in the committee's hands to what, if you want to head for approval, as to what you want to condition it for. My suggestion would be, yes, it absolutely should have holiday use only condition, because I don't think we'd support permanent occupation of them, and in line with other ones that have been approved through committee, I would suggest that we would be looking for a sustainable travel planning to make sure it does comply with DEF 15. Other than those two, they're already there, so you don't need to have a commencement. I would suggest they are the two, and I would suggest that it's a delegated approval with those precise wordings agreed by the chairman, vice chairman, proposer, and seconder if it gets approved.
right. Happy with that? I think in that case we'll go to the vote then, members. All those in favour of the proposal that we go against the application's recommendation of refusal and actually go for approval, can I have a show of hands, please? Well, that has been, a recommendation has been approved. Subject to what you said just now.
It's a delegated approval for us to now draft those two conditions. Those conditions will then be sent to yourself, the vice chair, the seconder, the proposer and seconder, which is Councillors Baldry and Brazil, to agree those the wording. If the wording is agreed, the decision notice will then be issued. So it's simply to agree the precise wording of those two conditions.
Right. Thank you very much, members. We will now adjourn to lunch. I'm not going to be very popular, but I think we ought to be back here at 2. on. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members. Again, I'll do the shortcut this afternoon. We did the apologies and up this morning. Hello, we have an echo. Just a second, technical glitch. Is that all right? No? I think we had a problem with your laptop before.
My laptop.
We did last meeting, I'm sure we did. We all right now?
Yes.
Right, okay. Welcome to members of the public and Mr. Smith on Teams, which I'll record on the voluntary course. Right, and do the safety bit in case the fire alarm goes off, and I'm not expecting it to do so. Right, that door at the next door, and as far away as you can get across the car park. The toilets are on the left. No, okay. The water is out where Council Brazil's just dived out. This is a public meeting and the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you are not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so I please remind members to use their microphones and do as I've done, switch off your mobile phone, or at least have it on mute. We have to have declarations of interest, I think, before we go any further. Anybody got any declarations of interest? Yes, Councillor Reeve.
I just want to clarify that for an application at Hendon View Farm, we did actually sell some wantonness for them last year, but it was a one-off.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Reeve. Any other declarations of interest? Okay. You haven't got any declarations of interest, Councillor Brazil?
Okay.
Right, thank you very much. Do I need to go through no, I don't need to go through the way it goes forward. Most of us know the way. We'll start off with the case officer and proceed our way through the process. Okay. The next one on the agenda is land opposite Lindale, Onslow Road, Salcombe, and that's application number 236921 full. And could Ms. Houselander do the presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. This application is, as just said, at Lindale, Onslow Road in Salcombe. We've seen on the plan in front of you, this is Onslow Road running along. So this is Onslow Road running along here. This is an aerial view. This is Onslow Road, and this is the application. The application, this is just a close-up view of the site. This is Piggy Lane. You remember from the site visit, we walked down and up that in order to look at the site down from Knoll Road and the two properties, number 9 and 10 Knoll Road. And this is the area which is showing the parking area where there were cars parked when we were on the site visit. So the application is for two dwellings, both 3-bedroom dwellings. It's been before you in the past on 2 occasions, as far as I can recall. So on one occasion it came before you with 3 dwellings, which was refused. And then in 2018, another application was submitted, which was for 2 dwellings, which was also refused. And it went to appeal, and the inspector upheld the decision at appeal. The applicant in this case has attempted to overcome the appeal inspector's reasons for refusing the application. And so that's where we are. I just wanted to also provide you with a bit of an update since site visit. So members were after finished floor levels, and I'll refer to them here, but when we look at the plans, we'll come back to this. So the upper level, excuse me, the upper level floor, which is the floor that effectively fronts onto Onslow Road, is at 60 metres for plot 1 and 59.9 metres for plot 2. And the road itself is at about 59.29, roughly, although slightly sloping upwards towards Unit 1 because it's a sloping road. So effectively, the upper level is level with the road. Then the middle layer, which is when we were standing on the site, sort of halfway down, we were wondering whether that was where we were. So that's roughly three metres down from the upper layer, which is the finished floor level will be 57.2 on Unit 1 and 56.7 on Unit 2. The lower level is again 3 metres roughly lower again, and is with a finished floor level of 54.4 and 53.9 respectively. An issue was raised by someone at the site visit about the report referring to as soakaway drainage. That's actually incorrect. It is actually an attenuation tank drainage system which is proposed on the site, and it will be installed in the position as will be shown on the drawings I'm just about to show you in the presentation, and it will be built into the slope so that the minimum required cover is over the attenuation tank at its shallowest end, and it will also be aligned with the contours of the site. So the contours of the site, if you like, run east-west across the site, and it will be aligned with that. The issue of principal residence was also an issue which was raised, and the report mentions the Salcombe Neighbourhood Plan and the fact that there is an amendment to the Salcombe Neighbourhood Plan, which has reached a very advanced stage in the neighbourhood plan process, to the point where the examiner has now provided his conclusion, and he feels that the amendment should be included within the neighbourhood plan, and therefore that the plan can be made. There is one further step that needs to happen, whereby it has to be ratified by the council. But in my view, I'm of the view now that whereas previously we said that a condition could secure the principal residence, I now believe that it should be a Section 106 agreement. So that means that the recommendation, if you like, on my report will be altered slightly, so that it will be recommended for approval subject to the implementation of a Section 106 agreement and in accordance with the conditions as set out in the report. Another issue that was raised on site was with regard to biodiversity, and clearly, as you all saw, the site has got a lot of vegetation on it currently, overgrown, and therefore there will be a loss in terms of biodiversity as a result of that vegetation going. However, I think there are still a number of opportunities around the site, both around and on the site, to secure some further biodiversity gains, and therefore I'm proposing to add an additional condition, those that are listed on the planning report, to secure some biodiversity gains on the site into the future. There's just a few photographs. This is obviously Onslow Road. The site, the parking area for the site is here. This is the site running down, of course, here and down there. From the other direction, again, this is the site here. This is a picture that was taken and provided with the previous planning application for the site, but I thought it was helpful for members to be able to see the site without the vegetation on it, which is why I've added it to the presentation. Obviously, you can see the houses up on Onslow Road and the steps down through the site. And this is a view looking the other way, similarly, when the vegetation had been cleared at some point in the past. I took a Google image as well, looking at the site from Bonfire Hill, and the site is in here, a little bit behind these trees. So now onto the plans. This is, This is the planning application. As members know, there is a land dispute ongoing with regard to this area here and the exact boundary with numbers 9 and 10 Knowle Road. But that is not a material planning consideration. It is something which will see it through outside of the planning process. We are able to grant planning permission for applications without the land ownership issue being relevant, because if it can't be delivered, it can't be delivered, and that's a very different issue. So we can grant permission on this basis. So this is the site, 2 units with 2 parking spaces each and room for manoeuvring so that they can both exit the site in a forward direction. These are the floor levels. So this is the main entrance level. So this is the level which you would see from Onslow Road, which has a kitchen, dining and lounge area. The middle level floor is where the bedrooms be located, and there's 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms on that floor for both properties. And the lower level is again another lounge, utility room and bathroom, again for both properties. This is an image of the proposal from Onslow Road with vegetation in the wall as is proposed, so and then without it. So this is the true elevation without any boundary, and this is the elevation with the wall with the hedging just outside the wall to help to continue the green frontage onto Onslow Road. This is the north elevation, which will be the 3 stories and will face the 2 properties, number 10 and 9 at Knowle Road, sorry, and it presents a bay feature here, which is timber with very thin slatted bits of timber here, and the windows for these bays are in the side, so that's where the light for the bays will go into the room internally. This is the west elevation to Unit 1. So again, these are the side windows I was referring to, and as you can see, the dwelling, there's steps down in order to access the bottom of the property, but the dwelling will sit, as I'll show you later, in this location here. This is the east elevation of Unit 1, which will be the sort of elevation facing Unit 2, if you like. Road, parking area, and the dwelling, again, sitting down at this point, the relatively level garden. This is the west elevation of Unit 2, so this will face the Unit 1, similar scenario. The wall. And this is the east elevation of Unit 2, which will face the vegetated land to the east of the site. So in order to help members in relation to the previous application, which was refused and then upheld at appeal, I asked the agent if he would provide comparison drawings. So the area hatched in red, dotted and hatched in red, was the refused application in 2018, and obviously the black lines are is the current proposal. As you can see, the built form has reduced significantly in terms of footprint, and this drawing shows a section through Unit 1 down through to number 10 Knowle Court. And as you can see, the massing of the building has reduced considerably. The height is reduced by 3.2 metres, and the front elevation of the property has been pulled back by approximately 3.85 metres from the previous position of the rear wall. Yes. Yes. And again, similarly, Unit 2, the pullback is slightly less, about 1.5 metres, but that doesn't take into account the bay window, so it's probably about 600 or 700 back. So the impact, the pulling back of that one is less. However, the height has also been reduced by 3.5 metres based on the previous application. Again, this is the massing showing the previous application, and the red dotted line and hatched area in this case is the current proposal. And again, for Unit 2, so that's the sort of elevations and plans showing the proposal. Drainage has been raised as a concern by objectors to the development. So the following plans show a plan that was hand-drawn, if you like, by the drainage engineers to show where the attenuation tank would be located, which is as shown on the plan. And then there's two sections showing the attenuation tank at some depth and the tree root protection system to ensure that it's not impacted by the tree roots. And again, similarly, for Unit 1, set back from the tree root protection. So the key issues, in my view, on this one, the application is recommended for approval because the principle of developing this site is acceptable when you consider the policies in the JLP, the neighbourhood plan, and also the MPPF. The current proposal has overcome the inspector's concerns. The distance window to window between the proposal and the properties to the north is 30+ metres, so there's no direct loss of privacy to the dwellings, as was agreed by the inspector. And the proposed houses have been significantly reduced in overall footprint and height. Proposed houses have been pulled away from the northern boundary, and these two changes have reduced the dominant presence referred to by the inspector in his planning decision. And with regard to the front area, one of the areas that the inspector also was concerned about was the setback from the road. Previously, the dwellings were effectively abutting the road, and now they've been set back with the parking area. Therefore, in my view, the inspector's concerns have been overcome, and therefore the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Members, questions? Councillor Long?
Ms. Haslund, can I just, you mentioned the attenuation tank there. Where does that discharge to? I think we need to find out because that's very important. And the other point, question, there are flat roofs there. I know people normally make them green roofs. Was that a deliberate omission, or because obviously they are looked down on by properties on Slough Road?
Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just ask, has an ecology consultant on behalf of this authority reviewed the ecology plan? Because it does seem to be eventually on a 2016, subsequently reviewed or revised in 2018, and the comments that have been made on it now sort of mainly relate to what was in 2018. What we saw at the site visit on Monday was a very overgrown site, which of course is wildlife habitat, wildlife haven, should I say. And the comment that it's not going to make any difference, given the sheer clearance that's going to have to happen, and also not just where the houses go, but also around to actually manage that. It looks to me like a complete wholesale, removal of all of that. So I'm pretty unhappy that it's not able to make any biodiversity net gain. And I just wonder whether green roofs would be conditioned.
It's not. I suppose we have to consider what's in front of us, and green roofs are not proposed currently.
Yeah.
So we have to consider that. It may be an answer, a solution to that, but that's not. We're not being asked to consider that at this stage. In terms of the ecology report, there is a condition on the consent which secures adherence to the ecology report, and there's quite a lot of information in the ecology report about glowworms, for example, are potentially on the site, and also nesting birds. So it's really important that the timing of any of the removal works needs to work, to meet those species. So there is a lot of mitigation information within the ecology report which will need to be adhered to.
That's really focusing on just a few species and whether there's any protected species. But when we look at biodiversity net gain, we're looking at that wider network of biodiversity. So we're looking at the impact on insects, etc., which of course, again, that little place was probably quite a haven. And I'm just disappointed that I can't see how we can actually get the net gain that we should be getting these days with an application.
I think we have to acknowledge that there will be a loss in this case, but there will be, with the condition, I'm hoping that we can secure some further gains subsequently.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you. As far as I know, you wouldn't need any planning permission to go and clear that land and turn it back into a garden, surely, because it is a garden register. And I mean, we look at biodiversity, obviously, but you could go in there any day, the applicant, and cut that all back, and it could have sting nettles and brambles and everything else.
Well, clearly the photographs I showed you previously, he had done that at some point in the past, yeah.
Any further questions? Oh, sorry, Mark. Yeah, Councillor Long.
Ms. Houseland, going back to the biodiversity element, the landscape proposals, if they were to have vegetation, which is basically natural vegetation rather than garden vegetation as part, that would assist that. And one of the things I note, for those recommendations within the ecology report, there's nothing on the actual plans that show either bat boxes, bird boxes or bee bricks incorporated. And I think we'd need to see that they were actually being included and where they were being included and whether they meet the requirements on there. The other thing coming back, if the conditions, sort of, I think a 10-year condition on landscaping would be appropriate as well. There has been a question raised when looking through the documentation about protected views, and I know that's been an issue that's come up from some of the local residents about it. But if you can clarify the situation on that, because I've looked through and there's been a question whether the protected view is from the bench, which I think all members saw, or is generally from Onslow, and whether it's protected or how it fits within the neighbourhood plan.
But the neighbourhood plan does refer to the view from Onslow Road as a protected view in the neighbourhood plan, and the bench seat is the photograph that has been used in the neighbourhood plan in order to describe the viewpoint. However, when you review the text of the neighbourhood plan, it refers to the whole of Onslow Road being useful in order to for the views of the creek, Batson, various viewpoints. And I don't know how many members noticed yesterday, but currently the view is not possible because of the amount of vegetation on the site. So if the vegetation is not cut back, there is no view from that bench seat. With this application, there will be an impact on that view. However, that impact is far less than it was on the previous application, and I still believe there will be glimpse views around the two buildings because they're at such a low level at Onslow Road level.
Thank you. Any further questions? Right, thank you. If not, then we're going to do something slightly different now. We have Mr. Smith, who is an objector, and he's going to join us by Teams.
That's
Good
right,
afternoon,
Chair.
Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. I've supplied a number of slides as well, which hopefully one of the colleagues can can flick through for me while I talk to the slides, if that's okay.
Yeah, so yeah.
If we can find the first slide, that would be appreciated.
Just bear for a minute. We will allow you the extra time, don't worry.
Thank you very much.
Right, you've got 3 minutes from now. Your slides are ready to go. Hello, are you there?
Mr. Smith, can you hear us?
He is
No, he's
muted.
not.
Yeah.
He's not muted, no.
He
No,
is
he's
on
not. Look there. He's not muted.
the-
But I don't know. We do have his presentation to read out, or I believe that his wife, Mrs. Jane Smith, is also on the line.
Hello,
Hello?
hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Oh, right, okay. We've got a spare laptop, so if my husband can go onto this laptop now, is that okay?
Yes,
Yes, okay.
Hello.
Just one minute. Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I presume you can hear me okay now.
we can hear you, and the slides are, as far as I'm aware,
That's-
ready to go.
That's
You've got
lovely.
3
Thank
3
you
minutes.
very much. So slide 1, the case officer's report identifies a number of key areas for consideration. We would like to comment on the design, impact on neighbours and drainage. The previous appeal concluded that the development would be harmful by reason of loss of privacy and overdominance on 9 and 10 Knoll Court. Despite the reduction in height and the overdominance remains due to the houses being stepped back from Onslow Road and moved closer to 9 and 10 Knoll Court. Next slide, please. This slide shows the application view. Could you propose the next slide, please? Thank you. This shows the application site viewed from the north, which is its predominant outlook. The case officer comments that the application site forms a green wedge which provides welcome relief from the built form and makes a positive contribution to the local character. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed development from the same viewing point. The houses will be very conspicuous, and despite the officer's opinion that the contemporary approach is considered appropriate, objectors do not believe the design complements its surroundings. Next slide, please. The officer has commented within the report about the boundary dispute between the applicants and the owners of 9 and 10 Knoll Court. This is a civil matter, but nonetheless, it has a significant and material effect on this application. The red line shown indicates land that the applicants claim to own. This is not the case, and court proceedings are underway. The land claimed by the applicants is a material consideration in regards to amenity space, boundary planting, and the position of the drainage tank. Amenity space requirements have not been met. Unit 2 only achieves 2/3 of the requirement. This has been discounted within the report. Next slide, please. The distance of 4.6 metres outlined by the drainage engineers for the position of the drainage tank cannot be achieved without using the enlarged area unless the tank is repositioned. The position of the boundary also affects screen planting, which must ensure tree roots are not too close to the tank to cause damage and escape of water. Final slide, please. So in summary, the objectors agree with all the proposed planning conditions contained within the officer's report, but feel the proposal is over-dominant and not in keeping with its surroundings. We also request an additional planning condition is applied to the fenestration shown on the rear windows of both properties to ensure that this is retained as per the submitted plans. And also a green roof condition is applied as a sedum roof is specified within the application. In relation to the drainage tank and boundary planting, we would request that either the tank is repositioned or a pre-commencement condition is applied to ensure that any land ownership dispute is resolved prior to commencement. This would ensure any planning consent can be implemented in accordance with the proposed scheme. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Just stay there for a moment in case any of the members want to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much for your presentation. It appears you've got off without any questions. So
thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, so we will now get on to Mr. Robert Hurd, who is a supporter. Welcome, Rob, and you have, as you well know, 3 minutes.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak in support of this planning application. Members will be aware from the committee report that there have been previous planning applications at the site, and the details and differences between them and the application you are considering today have been accurately explained by the case officer. For clarity, the most recent application considered was refused by the planning committee and subsequently dismissed at appeal by the planning inspectorate, mainly on the grounds that there was harm caused to the living conditions of the occupants of 9 and 10 Knoll Road. It is important to note that with regards to the appeal, the inspector concluded that the window-to-window distance from the proposed dwellings to the existing was acceptable, and even without screening, existing privacy levels will be maintained. However, the inspector stated that the relationship created with the gardens of 9 and 10 Knoll Road would be harmful due to the loss of privacy to the rear garden terraces of these properties. This application is therefore a response to the previous appeal decision, and the site and design, scale and massing of the dwellings proposed is significantly different and reduced when compared to the previously refused application. In particular, the siting of the proposed dwellings has been moved away from the properties on Knoll Road. The rear elevations of the proposed dwellings have been set back, and the back-to-back distances from the proposed dwellings to the existing is in excess of 30 metres for both properties. Further, in order to completely mitigate any potential for amenity impact, new planting and landscaping is proposed to the northern boundary between the existing and proposed dwellings. Terraced areas shown on the previously refused plans have been removed in order to protect the amenities of the occupiers of 9 and 10 Knoll Road. These measures ensure that there is no unacceptable amenity conflict with the existing residential amenity levels of 9 and 10 Knoll Road. As confirmed by the case officer, the site is within the settlement boundary established in the Salcombe Neighbourhood Plan, where infill residential development is acceptable in principle. The site occupies a sustainable location and is within a short distance of services and amenities. The proposals are therefore in accordance with the housing policies in both the neighbourhood and local plans. We understand from the committee site visit that concern was raised with regards to the loss of views from a public bench within close proximity of the site on Onslow Road. There is no specific reference in the neighbourhood plan to views from the bench being protected. Given there is no protected view from the bench and the associated impacts are minor, we agree with the planning officer that there is no detrimental planning impact caused to locally protected views from the development proposals. The applicants are a local family who have resided in the parish for many generations. They were raised in the family home directly opposite the site on Onslow Road, where their mother still resides to this day. The family remains local to the area and all have been heavily involved in the local community, particularly with regards to sporting activities and local societies. They have a deep affection for the town and wider area, and their family's occupation of the dwellings will accord with the restrictive planning condition on local occupancy. It is becoming more difficult for local applicants to have the opportunity to build family homes, adding to and enhancing the availability of policy-compliant housing stock in Salcombe. We therefore ask that you support the officer's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? No questions. Right, thank you. We don't have anybody from the town council. Right, so we will move on to the 2 ward members. Who's going to go first? Councillor Pearce or Councillor Long? Councillor Pearson, thank you. I don't think I need to tell you anything.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members, collectively. I've spoken to a lot of you during the day. So this one has already been to committee, been refused and dismissed at appeal. At appeal, the inspector specifically dealt with the living conditions of the neighbours and the character and appearance of the buildings. So those 2 points are really the only things we can go on today, plus the fact that the refusal was days before the new JLP was adopted, which I think was a matter of literally a week later or something like that. So the previous application was determined on the policies under the old plan. So let's look at the living conditions of the neighbours first. Unusually, and this hasn't really been brought out in the officer report at all, the inspector dealt quite extensively with the problems that the neighbours could encounter by having their two, if you like, what I would call sitting out terraces at the top of their gardens. Now, thank you for coming on the site visit and for looking at the top of both the gardens, because I think you would appreciate from there how close to the site those sitting out terraces are. And you need to be up there to get the evening sun. And also that's where the best views are out over Batson Creek. So it's quite normal that the occupants of the two bungalows below would want to sit on those top terraces. So have these been overcome? Now you can see from the drawing you've got there that Unit 2, which is the one on the right as you look at it, has been moved back a bit, but not significantly. It's still presenting 3 floors above the level of the sitting out terrace, which probably makes it about 3.5 floors down onto the spaces below. And what the inspector said last time was, particularly about number 9, there would still be a significant level of overlooking from the roof terrace and the first floor windows. Now, there isn't a roof terrace, but there are still first floor windows across the rear boundary. Due to the height and proximity of this overlooking, there would be a harmful loss of privacy for the occupants of number 9 in their rear garden and terrace. And then he goes on to say, in combination with the dominant presence of the building close to the rear garden boundaries, the occupants of the gardens would be likely to experience a significant loss of privacy. Now, although a building has been moved back by probably 1.5 meters, something like that, I would suggest to you that having 3 floors so close to that boundary and overlooking that terrace will still be a very dominant feature. And I want you to consider carefully whether you think the inspector's objection in that respect has been overcome. And the inspector does go on to remind us about what policy Dev 1 says, that it seeks to ensure, amongst other things, that new development provides satisfactory outlook and privacy for both new and existing residents, judged against the level of amenity generally in the locality. Now, there is a certain amount of overlooking in the locality by definition because of the hilly nature of the ground, but I would suggest to you, well, I'm not going to suggest it, I'm going to ask you to consider whether you think that has really been overcome. And to help you a little bit, I'm going to quote something from the SPD, which is about differences in distances between buildings. But in this case, the inspector is specifically considering those rear terraces. And what the SPD says is, where there is a difference in ground levels, this should be taken into account. And the distances increased, normally by an extra 3 meters for every 2 meters increase in height. Now, I would suggest to you that there is at least 2 metres increase in height between the terraces and the lowest level of the proposed new buildings. So you need extra distance to overcome the overlooking. So that's, I hope, that's what I've got to say about the living conditions. Now, on the character and appearance, Ms. Hauslander mentioned that the buildings, the new houses are no longer proposed to be right up against the road, as you can see, because the red dotted line is now where the parking areas are. However, what the neighbourhood plan says about frontages is that they should be, hang on, I've got to find this. The setbacks should match the adjacent buildings. Now, the nearest adjacent buildings are to the left on the other side of Piggy Lane, which most of you struggled up and down on the site inspection, so thank you for doing that too, are down on a service road behind a hedge. So in that respect, the arrangements will not be the same as the adjacent buildings. So I want you to bear that in mind too when making up your minds. And the inspector did say that hang on, in paragraph 20, the inspector said that the intrusion of the built development into the green frontage on the southern side of Onslow Road, and there will still be 2 buildings there, so remember that, would be harmful to the character and appearance of this part of the town. And he reckoned that it would therefore be contrary to policy Dev 10 of the local plan, which seeks to ensure, amongst other things, that new housing is designed to be integrated with adjacent development and does not adversely affect the character of the area. Now you can see there that the inspector has actually determined this on the new policies rather than the old policies on which the original refusal was based. So I've just got a couple of things now to add regarding the conditions. Should you decide to give this approval, I would ask you if conditions 11 and 13 could be conditioned in perpetuity. The condition 11 is about no subdivision of the units into more than one house, because the way it's laid out, it looks as though they could possibly be, and that's why that condition is being put on. And the reason for number 11 is that there would not be parking space for there to be 2 units in either of the buildings. And condition 13 is that the roof should not be used as a roof terrace in perpetuity. And again, that would exacerbate the sorry, it doesn't say in perpetuity at the moment, but I'm going to ask for it because what it says at the moment is without contacting the local authority. Now, who knows in the future what members or officers might think of that. That's why I'd like in perpetuity put on to protect, again, the neighbours below. But members, I really want you to consider carefully whether you think the inspector's objections have been overcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. There's a bit of a query when you were talking about condition. Condition 11 on my agenda is about reduction in carbon. Got the right numbers?
Sorry, reduction in?
Carbon reduction measures. Prior to,
I can share through.
yeah, okay.
I think there is a mistake in the report in that the condition numbers at the very beginning, where it's the sort of the headlines of the condition, it is conditions 12 and 13. When you look at the conditions where they're written out full at the end of the report, it is conditions 11 and 13. It's just 11 and 12 have been transposed in.
Okay.
So it is quite clear from what Councillor Pearce has suggested which conditions are being referred to. It's 12 and 13 on the list at the front, but it's 11 and 13 when they're written out in full. I apologise for members that we hadn't spotted that issue.
Right, thank you for that. Members, are any questions of Councillor Pearce? No. Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a difficult and sort of contentious plot, but it is a development plot in the area. I can understand the concerns of the neighbours. Privacy and amenity is extremely important, and I think that what the members today have to decide is, has the concerns of the inspector been overcome by the proposals put forward? Is the architecture sort of appropriate? And I can understand the comment about adjacent buildings. They should reflect that, but I think if you look down the road, there are houses which are considerably closer than this. There have been changes made on this. There are sort of issues, I think, that, as Councillor Pearce has said, if they're minded to approve, conditions need to be tighter. Conditions for me, I would like to see some restriction on height of planted vegetation on the front and the side, so as not to exacerbate any loss of or glimpses of views. And I think also from the point of view that a condition of tenure, condition on the planting, and obviously we need some understanding about the attenuation tank and where that is fed to. But I think what members have to really look at is, does this impact adversely the living conditions and the amenity of the neighbours, given consideration this is a development plot. I can understand Councillor Hodgson's view about the loss of biodiversity by the clearance of that site. I would hope that biodiversity can be sort of clawed back by the installation of bird boxes, bat boxes, bee bricks, and by the planting on site, which should be conditioned quite tightly. I think members have to look at this, and the key thing is, have the changes met or address the concerns of the inspector? I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman, and come back in the general debate.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Mr. Weimer.
Councillor Long, I've logged on and gone back through the documents online for this application. I found I think the answer to the drainage question in terms of where it was fed, and it basically is piped to it's got South West Water consent to connect to the combined foul sewer. So the discharge at a greenfield rate will be piped to the combined sewer. So it's not infiltrating into the ground, it's piped to the sewer.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions of Councillor Long? No?
Chairman, could I wonder whether it's appropriate, so before we go into debate, there were some points that came up that questioned the amenity space there, and the land dispute and the relevance, which were made by one of the by the objector, and I wonder whether that should be clarified.
Okay, well, we'll go to Mr. Fairbairn for the land dispute situation.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I mean, the situation is very simple. The fact there's a boundary dispute is not a relevant or material consideration for you today. Essentially, determining the planning application is not so much about the delivery on the ground, that's a matter for the applicant, ultimately. So I think a suggestion that there should be a pre-commencement condition that the boundary dispute should be resolved before commencement would be inappropriate and wrong, and it would lead you down an erroneous route that would lead to potentially challenging the decision. So I think you should ignore the boundary dispute as a consideration.
With regard to the amenity space, the way in which I measured it was I initially measured it assuming the larger size plot in relation to the boundary dispute, and both properties were over the 100 square metres that the SPD suggests is a good amount of amenity space for detached dwellings. If I then also measured them in terms of, so I sort of measured them effectively from the southern edge of the proposed, on this plan, the southern edge of the proposed landscaping back to the dwelling and any other areas, and plot unit two, which is the one on the right, was slightly under the 100 square metres.
That satisfy your?
Thank you.
Great. In that case, we'll go to the debate. You want to go first, Councillor Brazil?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, we've been here before, and we refused it against the officer recommendation, and the inspectors went with us, so that was a good result. Just on this, I think the inspector, the two issues, and it's been spelt out quite clearly, was how close and how big it was to, in respect of the gardens at the back of 9 and 10 Knoll Court, and then also the street scene. If I cover the street scene first, the inspector was particularly concerned about the way that there was a constant, a sort of green barrier going up Onslow Road on that side of the road, on the southern side of the road, and I think that in this respect they have satisfied that, because they've taken those, you can see the red hatch bits, they've taken those back away from the road. There will be landscaping in front of where or in front of the building, but where the cars are going to be, and I think that will satisfy in that respect. So we go to the back, and in my mind, this is, I'm just saying, to the overlooking of the gardens. I'm slightly perplexed about about this idea of the land dispute, and that's got no relevance to the planning application, because in my mind, the landscaping and that hedge that they do there, if we could just have a look at the picture of from the top of the yeah, being a bit quick there. Yeah, that's yeah, we're getting a bit seasick. Yeah, no, but basically what I'm saying is that there were some other ones as well. Is that if you can't have that hedge there to that height, then what you would be able to do is you would have a view into the garden and the terracing of the houses of 9 and 10 Knoll Court. If you can have that landscaping, then I can't see a problem. But that's where I've got a slight issue, whether is the land dispute, if the land dispute doesn't go in their favour, does that mean they can't do the landscaping? In which case there is overlooking of the garden, and that's a problem. So I mean, I know we've told we can't do it, but I think there should be a pre-commencing condition that needs to be sorted out. I have to say, in my own mind, I think it's in everyone's best interest that landscaping is allowed, both for the residents of 9 and 10 Knoll Court and indeed the residents of these new units, because they don't really want to look into the garden, and they don't really want people looking up at them into the garden. The view is across to the estuary and the boat park and the fish quay and things like that. That's where they want to be looking. They don't really want to be looking to somebody's garden. So I hope that can be resolved amongst the the applicants and the objectors there. I think overall, I've made my points clear that I think that I'm satisfied that the inspector's objections have been overcome, and I would move approval as per the officer recommendation.
Thank you for that, Councillor Brazil. Mr. Weimer wishes to.
I think Councillor Brazil raises a couple of very interesting points that we need to take on board. I absolutely agree with the Council's legal officer that we couldn't put a pre-commencement condition on relating to a land ownership dispute getting resolved. But what I think we could do, if there's any doubt, is we could put effectively a pre-commencement condition, or a condition that basically says the landscaping in that has to be planted prior to the commencement of the building of the development. So if they by default, then the land dispute would have to be resolved, because they would either be able to do the landscaping on ground they own or they didn't. And if they couldn't do it, then they'd have to come back with an alternative scheme to us.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that pre-commencement condition. I hope that satisfies Councillor Long as well. But, that's a very neat way of doing it.
Right, any other debate? Councillor Hodgson?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just on that final point, I'm a bit wobbly on that, to be frank, because surely if we can say that about the landscaping, why can we not have actually a pre-commencement condition that is that the right to use the land for landscaping and the attenuation pond needs to be formally secured before commencement of the development? Because the attenuation pond is to be honest, as important as the landscaping, surely. I've got other points I want to make.
My understanding is the attenuation feature isn't within land that's subject to the dispute.
I think that point has been argued actually by the objectors, if I heard them correctly. Because apart from anything else, well, if I just go on to say what the other thing I was going to say, which was in terms of that attenuation, its proximity to the proposed landscaping, I think there is a risk of it being potentially damaged by the landscaping, because if you've got quite substantial trees, etc., growing, and you've got a pond right in front, so you might not be able to so easily reach them, I think the chances are, I mean, looking at that root ball that's described for that tree, it's a bit minimal, and a lot of trees do put out lateral, plants do put out lateral roots, which could affect that attenuation. I wanted to raise that, but also the biodiversity. We haven't had an independent view on it. I mean, it's been put, to be honest, it's been put on the case officer to respond to that from the developer's own ecologist report, rather than usually we have one of our own officers, whether it's ourselves or Devon, comment on it. And similarly with the drainage issue, that's been commented on by one of our officers here rather than the lead flood authority. Given that this site has had refusals in the past, I would have thought it would have been, a precautionary, requirement to have had those independent views put on it, so that we've got more understanding of whether that biodiversity net, well, it's obviously not going to be a biodiversity net gain, whether any biodiversity, reasonable response can be met. And personally, I feel quite strongly that a few bat boxes, and bat being bird boxes, are hardly going to make up for what we saw in the site when we were walking through up to our shoulders in biodiversity. So I think, we have declared a biodiversity emergency, and I think that has really been, got a better expression, respected in what we're looking at the moment. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, if I can just clarify a couple of words. It isn't a pond, a tank, but it's an enclosed tank. It's not a pond. And in respect of the lead local flood authority, there's a clear division of who does what in terms of drainage responses, and the lead local flood authority will only get involved in major applications of 10 dwellings or more. And I would actually quite strongly argue that our own drainage officers are in themselves independent. It's not our scheme. It is still being independently looked at by our own qualified drainage engineers. So even if we wanted to get Devon, the lead local authority, Devon County Council involved, they would just bat it back saying it's not our remit because it's not a major application.
There was no disrespect intended.
No, none taken. I think that these little who does what isn't always clear. I accept that.
Thank you.
And the ecology?
In this case, there were mitigation measures included within the ecology report. Wasn't felt necessary to consult with the ecologist.
I just backed on my chair. Well, since that report was initially instigated 2016, 2018, we have declared a climate and biodiversity emergency here. And that the ecology update that they've done last year just looks at sort of bird nesting and boxes, really, and nesting arrangements. It doesn't really look at and slow worms. It acknowledges that slow worms are likely to disappear because the site has been dried, has been changed ecologically. But I just would have thought that we'd have wanted something a little bit more substantial than a couple of bird boxes to replace what we saw there, because there's, you know, it's the insects that are catastrophic decline at the moment, and the bird box doesn't really do anything about that.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Just to continue that debate about the attenuation tank, if the hedging was to be moved further south, it would affect the attenuation tank. The attenuation tank could move further south, at least on the left-hand unit. Might be a difficulty because on the previous image, the steps seem to align with the attenuation tank there on that one. Although that may just be a perspective of different images at different distances away from the viewer, because on that one doesn't appear to be any alignment of steps with the attenuation tank.
Can you go back to the previous plan?
Mr. Warner.
Plan. If you were standing at the bottom of the right-hand steps, looking along, you look, my eye, the nearest end of the attenuation tank would overlap where that second set of steps would be. So I think it's perspective from looking at that side of the site,
which is fine. But once again, not being able to know exactly what the civil dispute will do and where the trees will go will also affect where the attenuation tank can go.
Right. We've got a recommendation for approval. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. I will second Councillor Brazil's approval. I'm with Officer.
Okay. Any other comments? What about conditions?
I've rightly, or perhaps wrongly, assumed that Councillor Brazil was happy with the condition we're talking about in terms of making sure that the landscaping on that boundary was done prior to the commencement of the dwelling. But there were also questions raised by Councillor Long about changes to conditions, and I don't know whether that's part of the recommendation or part of the proposal or not.
Can we hear Councillor Long's recommendation or conditions?
I agree with the pre-commencement point about the landscaping. Whether that could or should apply to the attenuation, I'm not sure about. But the question comes in as to, when we're talking amenity, I believe there is within the report comments about maintaining height of that landscaping. You know, so because if you allow it to go too high, it would impact the amenity of the neighbours below and vice versa. So as long as that is maintained, and I think the conditions 11 and 13 with regard to the non sort of subdivision and not having the flat roof area used as amenity outside space, I think does need to be in a form of perpetuity to ensure that there cannot be any opportunity to change it in any way, even if future committees decide that that's a possibility. I think it is key and it's very important, because roof terraces what any terrace is a bane in elevated positions like this because of noise. And one of the things I'm pleased about is that there are no terraces and balconies on that section. But I think they're the key ones: the landscaping, the pre-commencement, and 11 and 13 in perpetuity.
Councillor Brazil, are you happy with those on your right?
Yeah, no, I'm happy with those, Chairman.
Right.
Yeah. Can I suggest, rather than trying to get the precise wording of those conditions here and now, if members are minded to approve that it's a delegated approval, we will work on changing those conditions and then go back to the yourself, proposer, seconder, Councillor Long as ward member, to agree those conditions.
Okay, so Pierce, board member, yeah.
Could also do, we're going to be, it will be, the recommendation is to delegate it from section 106 in any case.
Yes. Of course, yes. Sorry. Yes, and as for earlier, that we recommended that it needs a section 106 for the primary principal residency.
Okay.
Issue.
Just one other point, I bang on about landscaping, but can we have it as a 10-year, not a 5-year? Simply because of the, you know, again, the sensitivity of it.
My view is that should really be exceptional cases, and is this an exceptional case?
Yeah, Chairman, I'm happy with 10. I mean, as I said, I mean, personally, I think that it suits both parties. I don't see why they would want to not have that hedge there.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, so 10 years, I'd be fine. I think it's
okay. You heard Mr. Warner said this would be, and we got a recommendation for approval and a second there, subject to the conditions.
It's subject to the completion of a 106 section 106 obligation to secure the principal primary residency restriction, and or officers to come back with suitable wordings of the changes to the conditions and the additional condition being debated just now.
Right, thank you. So this is in favour of conditional approval of this application. Can I have a show of hands, please?
That's unanimous, Chair.
So that condition approved. Approved. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Change of officers for a second, and we'll move on to the next one. Mr. Henry, would you like to come over and take your seat?
Speaks to school. Yeah. There is last night. It's in there. He's on mark.
Oh, Charlie. Oh, well, we kept, you didn't go back. sorry about the delay, but we're swapping over officers. Mr. Henry, are you ready to go? Again. Right, sorry everybody about the technical glitch. I think I've got one now I can manage. Right, the next application is Little Shear Hook Cove, application number 086521 VAR. We don't have an objector or supporter, but we'll ask Mr. Henry to present the case.
A variation condition of a previously approved application for two This is a variation condition of a previously approved application relating to a principal occupancy of one of the two dwellings located in Hook Cove. The main issues with the application are it's the retaining wall, securing suitable facing materials, whether or not there's suitable amenity space, and the impacts on outstanding area of natural beauty. The variation includes excavations of 2 meters into the ground, a 2-story element that's not within the roof space, change of roof from the gable to hip roof, removal of roof lights, and increase of the width of the front gables, and a balcony going across the ground or first floor level. This slide shows you the site layouts of the previously approved application to the left and the proposed layout to the right. The dimensions of the The red lines across the site indicate the measurements, which at the top relates to the width of the sites, which equates both sides are of a similar level. And again, measuring from the middle site, it's again of a similar width. And again, at the bottom, both are of a similar width, which indicates that there has been no change to the boundary from the previously approved permissions. Over on the right, there's a red hatch line there, which indicates the layout of the previously approved application. And you can see that it's been slightly tilted over to the right. So the proposed dwellings here on the right corner are now sited further away from the Sunnygale property to the east, and at the bottom it's slightly closer. The slide here shows that the distance on the right hand side now is approximately 4 meters from the edge of the building at the top to the boundary. Previously, it was approximately 3.4 meters. Down at the bottom here, as the previous site was located further away, it's 7.5 meters, whereas now it's a little closer, about 7.1 meters to the boundary. This is taken from a withdrawn application of the design access statement before any permissions were granted, and it shows you the edge of the boundary here at Sunnygale, and this is recently taken one from the site, which again shows the boundaries are the same as it was previously. This slide shows the previously approved application on the left, which was considered the ground level, and on the right, the lower ground level where it's dug into the ground further. The red line shows the measurements of the width of the building are the same, approximately 17 meters, just over. And on the right side, you can see the hatched line there, which shows where the previously approved application, the depth of the application, which now has increased approximately 1.5 meters. Whilst the width of the houses have not increased, the gable frontages have slightly increased by approximately a meter on both sides. Again, the measurements here confirm the widths are the same. And there's a new balcony area on the ground floor. This image shows you the rear elevation, and as you can see, it's more of a traditional two-story level with a hip roof, as opposed to the roof accommodation here with a flat roof. The east elevations here show you the previously approved application on the left with the new application on the right, where you can see that the excavations have been dug deep into the ground. Again, with the west elevations. This is the front elevation, which you can see there's a clear difference in the roof types going from gable to hit. Roof lights have been omitted to enable less light pollution into the sky. And you can see that the gables here at the front have increased in width. And there's a new introduction of stonework here at the low ground floor level. The street scene here from the last application gives you an indication of the ridge height in context with the neighbouring properties, and the proposed height of the new dwellings are the same as that previously approved. Going back to the previous application, there's a smaller retaining wall here, which is obviously covered with planting. The new retaining wall is much higher than previous, as one can see here. This is the previous bungalow, and you can see the retaining small wall here, which has a similar material to that which is proposed now. Again, this is how it is now. We're showing the retaining wall of the neighbour and the retaining wall at the hotel there, which is quite substantial as well. So, in considering the key issues, consider that the scale of development, the building is no wider than previously approved, nor is it any closer to the neighbours. The side gables have been removed and replaced with a hip roof, reducing the impact to the neighbours. And the proposed ridge height is no higher than that previously approved. And also there's less impact with regards to night skies. The amenity space proposed is above the 75 square metres set out in the supplementary planning document. The retaining wall is of a similar height to Sun Bay Hotel, and some of the materials used are similar to that which was previously there in the original dwelling. Consider that there's no additional impact on the area of outstanding natural beauty, as the footprint is virtually the same. The applicant has proposed additional landscaping, which when mature will also screen the retaining wall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, members? Councillor Brazil.
Yes, Chairman. I just see on that last slide there is the retaining wall, and if needs be, the applicant could. Yeah, not well. That's not it. That's it there. And it said in the last slide that if needs be, the applicant could render it. I mean, I have to say, looking at it, it was. I mean, I appreciate that they've only just put the plants in, and hopefully they'll grow down and cover it. But it was a bit of an eyesore. That anything to mitigate that. I mean, I would really appreciate. So if the applicant is prepared to render it, then if we could do that. I mean, you actually say that in your report. I mean, normally, you'd say, well, you got what you got in front of you, and you can't change it. But there seems to be that you've obviously been in discussion with them about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Taylor.
Could I ask why this is so much different than the hotel one is stone faced, which looks reasonably in keeping with the neighbourhood. This is iron it's supposed to be, and I can't understand why that we've got this instead of a stone faced wall.
To be honest, Councillor, I don't think that's something that planning officer can answer. It wasn't something. This isn't something that we've negotiated. We're dealing with an application, and this what's been done. So it's only really the applicant can answer why they built it in this material and not stone. We generally don't know.
Did we actually look at this on the application then, or was it? I mean, when it was approved, it must have approved something that wasn't in keeping with the rest of it. That's what I'm trying to say.
This retaining wall has not been approved. The originally approved plan had more of a bank and a significantly lower retaining wall. This has not been approved by the council.
Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I have confirmation, please, that the previous application, which obviously has led to this, there was no discharge of any of the consents in that application, because there was in the previous approval, condition 10, prior to the installation, details of facing materials, roofing materials should be submitted and approved in writing by the local planning authority. Should be carried out. This is a classic case of, nothing has been approved.
To the best of my knowledge, the conditions have not been discharged.
Councillor Long? Yeah, Councillor Burton first, and then Councillor Long can come again.
Okay. Yeah, with regard to the wall, which I understand it obviously hasn't been approved. I mean, my personal feeling is that I'd sooner see it left like that or stone faced. I don't really think that a big slab of plaster is going to enhance things. My question for the planning officer is with regard to the floor, the square meterage of floor space within the properties. How much has that increased between the two applications? No, I'm thinking of square meterage of floor space within the properties. What's in front of us now looks is larger. It's got more floor space, hasn't it? It's larger.
Yeah.
Councillor, can you just for my benefit clarify? Do you mean footprint, as in how much it sits on the site, or overall floor space over the 2 floors?
I mean, overall floor space over the 2 floors.
I don't have the answer to that. But,
okay, well,
I'm
sure
the depth,
it's probably calculatable.
Yeah,
I was just trying.
The footprint isn't significantly bigger.
Oh, I see that. But because of the change in design and the fact that it's gone downwards, then there's more available floor space, isn't there?
I think I wouldn't necessarily agree with you that it's locked, because previously there were rooms of roof space, so there was accommodation over 2 floors.
Okay.
It just looks bigger because you haven't now got rooms in the roof space. You've got 2 floors and a traditional roof. So if you go back,
it's not critical to the what it says.
If you look at so that the slide in front of you now is the
yes.
The one on the left is the approval. The one on the right is what's in front of us now. So there's clearly rooms in the roof space. So I think in terms of the overall floor area, it probably isn't significant. Yeah? In terms of the overall, but the usable floor space will be more, because you can be able to walk to the edges of the room where you can't in a roof. That makes a lot of logic to that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This slide gives you a good idea of the on the left. You can see where the space is restricted with the gables there, whereas now it opens up.
Right. Does Councillor Hodgson's right? It says footprint of both dwellings in the original applications 162. For the new one, previously proved as 160. That's footprint.
That's exactly that. That's why I was asking for the clarity, because that's footprint rather than floor space.
It's got area of car parking, turning space, which isn't great help. Never mind. That's all right. We're
further. Councillor Long.
Chairman, can I clarify when you said that these plans meet the required amenity space? Can you clarify as to what is included in the amenity space? Because when I look at this, it does seem to be reduced on the previous applicant.
The balcony space is included, and the area surrounding dwellings.
Could I ask a supplementary question that when we look at the landscape plan to be approved, when I look at that, I don't think we can approve that because it won't fit into the, well, we could approve it, but it won't actually fit into what's existing on site, I believe. You look at it.
Thank you. Any more questions?
With regards to landscape as well, the the amenity space was steeper. Now it's terrace, so it's arguable that it's much more usable now. Well,
I'll ask a question. The very fact that the wall is gone, I thought there was a nice green bank on the original one on top. Now we've got more wall. Does that affect the amenity space? Surely must do.
Yeah, the wall up top here has gone back slightly more. So whereas it was a single wall last time, so they may have cut into some of it, but very little.
We'll discuss this slightly more later as we're asking questions at the moment. Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is it possible for us to kind of ask certain changing? In other words, demolish the wall because it's not use the upper part of it, but allow other parts. Okay.
As you'll see, if we ever get onto appeals today, the inspectorate are allowed to do split decisions, but local authorities aren't. So it's approve the development or refuse the development, or potentially give clear indications of you want to see these changes, and they make those changes and they come back to us. So it's clearly approve, refuse, defer. We can't do a split decision on it.
Thank you, long, yes.
Got a question of Mr. Weimer. We're looking at plans, which is what we should be approving. But what I see in front of me, not plans that we would approve. So there's a bit of a dilemma when you think, what are we going to be approving? That's it. What might be a hypothetical question or a rhetorical question, but I find difficulty in when I'm looking at as plans of what is actually existing.
We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Okay, sorry for the delay. Back to Councillor Mr. Wyman. Mr. Wyman.
As I said, I'm talking. Okay, I understand Councillor Long's query now, and if members look at the layout plans in front of us, or particularly the one proposed on the right-hand side, there are two lines at the bottom left-hand corner that indicate the retaining wall. We then look at and there's two heights on there, one the lower height being 24.2, the upper height being 2 meters higher. So if you could go to the photograph of the retaining wall, I think there is some doubt as around whether that plan accurately depicts the wall as constructed. I'm not making comment whether they do or whether they don't. I think there is some doubt, particularly because the height seems to potentially gone up a little bit more. My opinion, I will discuss this with the legal officer, is that if members were minded to approve the application, because fundamentally you determine the application, we determine the application on the basis of the retaining wall as constructed. That's quite clear. If members were minded to approve, then it would be subject to the receipt of a clarification or a plan that accurately depicts the wall as constructed. And if members were minded to use the application based on the, obviously this discussion based on the wall as constructed, then I think that's a safe decision to do, given that it's constructed, and we just need to be clear in any reason provision if that's where members at the member decision that it was based on the wall as constructed, and there was some doubt on the accuracy of that particular layout plan. And so long, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, where were we? Questions, wasn't it still? All right, I'm going to ask a question, if you don't mind. How do we look upon all the extra excavation and digging out and underneath that's different from the original application? Because it is different, and I would question why we're on a variation and not a complete new application.
I suspect this is a question we get probably on a weekly basis at the moment. There's a lot of misunderstanding around variation applications, and I absolutely understand it. An application to vary permission, if approved, does result in a new freestanding planning permission. So you need to view a variation application as an application for full planning permission. There's been an awful lot of decisions gone through the courts on what can and can't be a variation, and lawfully we have to accept variations that make significant changes, provided the base permission or the base description doesn't change. So in this case, in cases where you've got an application, the approval's for 2 dwellings, the variation still has to be for 2 dwellings. You can't use a variation to change it to 3 dwellings, but you can make significant changes to it. So yes, you can go from something that was, in this case, a completely different design. You can do that, and we would not be lawfully we would not be able to turn the application away. It's still a valid application to be made.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Any more questions? No. So we'll move on to the next speaker, who will be Councillor Joe Hockin from Southwest Parish Council. You've got 3 minutes, Joe, from when you start, okay?
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for letting me come and speak today. South Hewish Parish Council are concerned and disturbed that a development can proceed to this stage of building with so many variations from the original before it is decided. Some of what is being built is not in either the permitted application or the current one. Some of these variations have a major and adverse impact visually, on the street scene, and on the neighbouring properties. Retaining wall. We objected to the construction of 2 properties where there had been one on the grounds that it was overdevelopment of the site with no proven need for the additional property. However, having been granted permission, the site has gone from having a single bungalow with green space and garden around it, similar to and in keeping with the neighbouring properties, to a mass of walls constructed of materials more suited to an urban development, but totally alien to Hope Cove and the AOMB, containing 2 houses with a clear lack of amenity space. These are supposed to be family homes, one to have a principal residency. Where do the children play? The addition of the balcony has increased the footprint, which has restricted both parking and landscaping and necessitated yet another retaining wall. We regard this as overdevelopment. Parish Council take the welfare and well-being of parishioners very seriously, and this unneighbourly development has caused huge distress and loss of amenity to the elderly occupants of the adjoining properties. The head of planning and the monitoring officer are well aware of a complaint raised by a parishioner. Lastly, although not material considerations, we seek assurances that conditions have been signed off, materials approved, and the retaining walls have been built to the correct specifications and both inspected and signed off by building control.
Thank you. Anybody got any questions for Councillor? No? Okay, thank you, Joe. Who's going to go first this time, Councillor Long or Councillor Pearce? I think it's you, Councillor Long.
I think so. I think I might have said too much anyway, or asked too much. I think, Mr. Chairman, this is a, when you look at the plans, which is what we're supposed to do, but then we have seen, with our own eyes what is being built. I think there are challenges on this in the fact that the materials being used are not in keeping. There are questions about these are 2 homes that are being created, one with a principal residence. The amenity space, one has to sort of look at and sort of question whether it is adequate or suitable for families or for general use, even when you look at the landscaping plans. And I think when you look at it and you look at the plans themselves, have followed the property which was approved, but the footprint is bigger. There is more, there's a terrace that has come out at first floor level. So there are substantial changes, and others quite clearly said their concerns, and I think that is quite clear. Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it for further comments from Councillor Pearce, and I'll leave any other I'd like to hear what other members of the committee have to say about this application. Thank you.
Any other members got any questions they want to ask Councillor Long? No? Councillor Pearce, would you like to come down and say your piece, please?
Well, members, I almost didn't bother to cross the room because it's a long way from that corner, but because I'm going to say exactly the same things as the chairman of the parish council, Councillor Long, but I'll try and say them slightly differently so you don't get too bored. Right, this is not so much about the pair of semi-detached houses as the principle was accepted in the first application approved, but this is about the consequences of having adopted a lower ground floor approach instead of having the rooms in the roof, and started on this without permission. The result has had a disastrous effect on the amount and the extent of the retaining walls required on all 4 sides of the house. But to my mind, especially on the eastern elevation. Now, unfortunately, that's not the picture you've got in front of you, which is kind of the southwest elevation, I think. I don't know whether there are any pictures of the retaining wall on the eastern elevation. The rear elevation is also extreme. I mean extreme. It's sort of, I don't know, it looks like kind of, well, I looked at it and I thought it looked a bit like the pyramids being built from the inside out. But it's hidden from view by the houses themselves now, so you don't see it as much. And unfortunately, we couldn't go around the back because it's all a building site. So on the site inspections, as for the street elevation, I'm still not sure why there are so many retaining walls required. The materials used for these walls is completely alien to either the local vernacular or anything in Hope Cove or anything used elsewhere in the South Devon AONB I have ever seen. And I sort of made a flippant remark that it was much more painter than Hope Cove. That's actually, I don't know whether that's being rude to Paynton or not. So the occupants of Sunnygate, which is the bungalow above, used to live next door to a bungalow similar to their own, set gently on the hillside and the roadside below them. They had a few retaining walls because the topography requires it, but I think you have seen, yes, you can see from that picture the extent of the retaining walls, and I think there was also a photo, wasn't there, of the old little shear. But they now live next door to a crater, and the retaining wall below them on the eastern elevation is over 2 floors high. Now I've looked at the plans, and they only show a difference of 3 meters, which is 9 feet, which is approximately as high as, well, I would have thought the walls in here. But in fact, it's much higher than that, as we saw on the site inspection on Monday. The engineering qualities of this have not been tested, and as far as I understand, they haven't been approved by building control either. Now, the residents of the bungalow next door have every right to be distressed about this, because I must say, if I lived in a bungalow and had a retaining wall like that had suddenly appeared beside me, on land which we know is unstable inherently, because all this part of Hope Cove is unstable, I'd be really worried too. Members, you've got to think very carefully about this one, because it's gone, I think, beyond the stage of no return, but I'm not sure that what you've got there is what ought to be in Hope Cove. And I hope you agree with me that it's not often you see things like this happening in the AONB, thank goodness. So many walls, so many hard surfaces, so little room for anything green and soft. And even if you do get the Hanging Gardens of Babylon over those walls, it's going to be just that. It's not soft landscaping. It'll be stuff that you rely on trailing over the walls. There may be a solution, but I don't see, having got to this stage, how the applicants can ever go back to constructing what they've got permission for, because they've dug too much out of this site now, and the land is very unstable in this area. So you've got a bit of a conundrum here. I hope you'll be able to sort it out.
Thank you. We're leaving us with that one, Councillor. On that front, has anybody got any questions of Councillor Pearce? Yes, Councillor Hodgson.
As per my question to Councillor Thomas earlier, side of the fence would you fall then?
Well, I didn't say this because I didn't want to lead you, but as you've asked the question, I will give you the answer. I urge you to refuse this against the officer recommendation, and for talks to take place between the head of planning, the chairman of DM and the local members about the next steps, because returning to the status quo of the original application granted permission is probably not an option given the extreme excavation of the site which has taken place.
Mr. Martin.
Can I just ask, point of clarity, I don't mind which of the officers answer this, but bearing in mind, I can understand the need for the retaining wall being as it was for the original, application, but bearing in mind that a lot of considerable amount of soil, etc., has now been removed, and the pressure therefore has been taken away. In my estimation, there's no need for that wall to be that high. So presumably one condition could be for the top 3 quarters of that to be taken off.
For you, Chair, I'm not. No. I'm not a structural engineer. I think it would be remiss of me to sit here and say yes you can or no you can't, because I absolutely understand your logic in that why does the retaining wall need to be higher when the ground floor is about 2 meters lower? I understand the question, but I don't think anybody here would be able to say categorically yes it could be reduced by X amount. So if you were not happy with the development that's in front of us, there's 2 options. Either you refuse the application on planning grounds, or you say we're not happy with this, and you give them an opportunity and you defer it, and you give them an opportunity to come back. My preference would be the former, because there's more certainty, and it wouldn't stop discussions happening after that point.
Yes, Councillor Brazil.
Chairman, I think I see the bits. Sorry. Is it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's stuck off. Sorry.
No, I wasn't going to ask a question, Councillor Fitz. I thought we were into debate now. Yeah. Sorry. Right. If it's what I wanted to say was, it's really following on from what Peter said. Is that my feeling is that the building itself is so similar to the one was there before that I think we'd be hard pressed to refuse it, and I don't think. But this front wall is a real problem, and I know you don't want us to defer it, but what I would like to do is for the applicant to have heard the debate and to come back and say, you know what we're going to do is we're going to change this front wall, so it's going to be a lot softer landscaping, so it doesn't, and something like that, rather than refuse it and then they got to put in an application for another one before. I don't know if that's possible, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn here with other members, but that's just the feeling that I'm picking up from other members of the committee.
Councillor Long.
Chairman, are we in debate or?
Yeah, we are in debate now. Sorry.
I was going to move refusal on it as being a very clear position to take. And I think it's not just, yes, the front retaining wall and the works there and the materials are sort of bad, but I think also you have the other retaining walls, the materials there. And I think it is the overbearing nature of the proposals for the retaining walls and the materials used, which have an adverse impact on the street scene and neighbouring properties and within the AONB. At the moment, we can only consider that the building itself could come forward as it appears, on the plan. But obviously, any materials would have to be, part of a condition. But I think the overall impact of that site are the retaining walls and the materials used. And I still doubt and question the amenity space that is available. I know there's a figure given there that it's, above the 70 square metres set out. But I believe if we are talking about 2 family homes, principal residences, I do question how that space can really be used and whether it is and could be classed as a good amenity space, terrace at the front of the property is not the be all and the end all for living in a house permanently. And I think also from the point of view that I don't believe that the landscaping plan can be delivered, so it can't, what is before us can't be delivered. So I would like to move refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Abbott and then Councillor Baldry.
Just while the debate is going on, I'd like to say when I got out of the car, I thought that was quite a nice retaining wall. But I do accept it's not nothing to do with the.
I speak someone from Ivy.
Yes. But I do accept it's got nothing to do with the colour scheme or the natural materials that exist in that village. I quite liked Councillor Smurden's view that wall could easily be reduced because there's nothing behind it. But there's a whole host of ideas here in my mind. When I saw the very large building that exists behind it, I was a bit shocked that we've gone from a bungalow to a two-storey house. However, it is hidden, and what's to stop anyone going down lower? And when you've got the hanging gardens softening that wall, as is the view of the, I think it's South Prospect. Could you bring that up? Then that wall that everybody but me objects to will be hidden. Thank you, but by that greenery. Also, as you reduce the height of the wall, more of that building will become visible. Whereas at the moment, in that view, you've got a bungalow on the right. You didn't know better, think there was a bungalow in the middle. There are certainly variations. We've certainly got a three-storey building. Then it's not consistent. A street scene of three individual buildings. It's not like a Georgian terrace or anything like that. So I'm not as having overcome the shock of seeing such a large building because it's hidden behind that wall. I'm not as shocked as the rest of you by that whole street scene existing. And there we go. I stopped.
Right, Councillor Baldry.
I would like to second the proposal from Councillor Long of refusal. We cover a great deal of the ground. I think the reasons for refusal, contrary to officer advice, are stated in the reasons for coming to committee, which is relating to the retaining wall and its facing materials and its poor quality, unsuitable in the AOMB. And I certainly think the lack of amenity space is one of the reasons to go for refusal. With respect to Councillor Brazil, we can only consider the application in front of us, and going off and having further meetings with the applicant, I don't think would necessarily take us any further forward. And I take Mr. Weimer's point that let's lance the boil now. I recommend, I agree with you.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, I was actually going to do exactly that as well and second that proposal for refusal. I mean, I think just referring back, just add to the sort of reasons for that, and I agree with the previous reasons already given. I think also the local view should be respected. I mean, these are local views that are well thought through, and the parish councillor has come along and talked to us about it. And also I think we need to bear in mind how much of a rod we make for our own back. There's two sides to this. One is that if we say, oh well, maybe yes, maybe this, maybe that, and leave the officers to then face into it, we're basically dumping the decision and some of the pressure that can then be applied behind the scenes. One thing what we do in the public arena, another thing what happens behind doors, which can be much more difficult to challenge. And secondly, I think we ought to bear in mind that as and when these things come back to us, it just gives them, the green light, wrong colour used for this particular point. It gives the kind of an invitation, shall we say, to other people to just do what they like once they've got their planning permission, and then just come back and think we're just going to go, oh yeah, that's okay, and just sign it off as whatever variations that haven't really been thought through. So I think if we feel strongly that this isn't acceptable, we should say so and refuse. And that's why I will support that.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Anybody else got anything to say? Well, being sat in the chair is not quite so easy, but when I went on site, yes, the first thing that catches your eye is that front wall. But when you see all the retaining walls that are required now and the height of them because they've gone down deeper, there was an excuse, I don't know who said it, oh, it's very soft here. They've had to go down deeper to find a foundation. I'm sorry, I don't swallow that one. And I am not happy with quite a lot of things that have gone on in that site. And I will be voting with the recommendation for refusal because I don't think having a deferral will solve the problem.
Jim, may I just want to clarify what the reason for refusal is, because Councillor Long, in moving refusal, had referred to several concerns, and then Councillor Baldry, in seconding the refusal, then referred to refusal on the grounds of or the reasons given for the referral to committee. I think there's slightly different now. I want to understand whether or not the reasons for refusal are the reasons why the matter was referred to committee, or there's some other wording that council. Because the wording is due to design concerns relating to the retaining wall, facing materials, insufficient amenity space, and impact on the AONB, which I think encapsulates everything you possibly said. But is that?
I'm happy with that.
So that everybody knows what they're voting on.
Are you happy with that we can live with those conditions, Mr. Weimer?
I'm comfortable is the wrong word given the recommendation. I am comfortable with the design concerns relating to the retaining wall and the visual impact of that. So that's going to be scale, height, inappropriate materials, and I think I need to be.
And landscaping needs to be in there as well.
I hadn't. I was working my way through the list. I'm not sure whether we're just talking about the front retaining wall or all of the walls. So by definition, then we're also the reason for refusal must include the provision of the lower floor, because that excavation is is the necessity for the retaining wall. So if members are saying they're happy with the dwelling, and therefore that it's just something else has to be done to retain the ground, so stone facing or something, that's one thing. If you're saying no, we're not happy with those retaining walls, full stop, we're not happy with it going down, it's a different element to the reason for refusal. I probably haven't explained that very well, but
I see exactly what you're saying, and that's basically what I said. It's not only that front wall that I have, but all retaining walls, which were caused by the very fact he's got an added room.
If you're not happy with the height of the retaining walls at the back and at the side, I can't see how you can be happy with the dwelling being dug in, because you won't be able to dig the dwelling in without the retaining walls.
Yeah.
Okay. The only element I'm uncomfortable with is around insufficient amenity space, because I don't believe the amenity space is significantly different to what was previously approved. And the previous approval was the same as this in terms of one dwelling. It'll be one dwelling with a principal residency and one not, because there was a replacement. So my only hesitation is around whether realistically we've got a case to defend on insufficient amenity space.
Chairman, is it, insufficient or usable amenity space? Because when you look at the plans, there's a lot of narrow areas, narrow paths, which, literally you could not even, if you had children, they wouldn't be able to whiz up and down.
You're right, but the previous application, the rear area, my looking at the rear area was significantly steeper, and I would question how much of that was usable. I'm just urging caution. I'm not sure whether that element is defendable.
May not be.
It's members for, Councillor Hodgson, on the landscape point, is it effectively insufficient landscaping has been provided?
Mic on.
Okay, I understand. Yes, I understand. So there was so it's more around what's now is a far more harsh street scene. I'll use that word rather than a softer, greener street.
Yeah,
so it's not natural. It's not so much landscaping per se. It's the alteration to the proposed front boundary, going away from a softer, greener edge, a more engineered.
Yeah. It just exacerbates the whole hard surfacing right across that road. I mean,
Okay.
if it
I understand. I understand.
Yeah, and in terms of the what is it called, the hanging gardens of Babylon, there wasn't a lot of hanging gardens to grow in.
Yeah.
So, that wouldn't done very well, I don't think.
Right. Are we?
I understand. I absolutely understand the points that are being made. My suggestion is that if the application is refused, it's delegated refusal for us to draft the wording of the reasons for refusal, and that goes to be agreed with chairman, vice chairman, and then whoever, and councillors Baldry and Long, who proposed and moved the recommendation.
Okay, right. Do you understand? Right. All those in favour of refusal of this application, which is deferred as per. Not deferred.
It's refused. It's refused.
Refusal. Okay. Those against refusal. Thank you. Delegated, right, wrong wordage. I Right, everybody? Okay. Hmm? You give me permission if you get. Oh, he's in the room. Okay. Members, the next application is Hendon View Farm, Woodley, which is 2667 21 OPA. And Mr. Henry again, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is an outline application with landscaping for a permanent dwelling for an agricultural worker at Hendon Farm. Key issues relate to the need for an agricultural dwelling, impact on the Great Horseshoe Bat, impact on area of natural beauty, and whether or not the dwelling could be located elsewhere on site outside of the area of outstanding natural beauty. Farmland has 500 acres of land with 3,000 cattle and a range of farm buildings on site. The aerial view here shows the existing temporary building, which has permission up until November of this year. The arrow, you see where the arrow is, it's below there. This next slide indicates where the surface water soakaway is indicated to go, as well as the water treatment plant. This slide here shows you the demarcation for the area of outstanding natural beauty, obviously in green here. This is the proposed landscaping scheme, which also shows you the indicative access into the site. Over to the right is where the temporary building is currently, and it looks to be indicated that the building will be going here, although that's not definite as it's outlined. These following slides show you various viewpoints and alongside with the landscaping scheme. This is the access point into the farm. This is a view from the south of the lane at Preston. Over here is the site location. Just is. So in seeing these landscape images, need to put it in context with the landscaping that will be is proposed as well. Further views between Preston and Hendon Farm. Again, here's the site location plan. Over at Captain, again, here's site location. And a view from Preston, which down here shows you the site location area. Another viewpoint from Blackdown Ring, and the site locations over to the right here. So as I say, this is an outline application with matters of access, appearance, layout, and scale to be submitted. With regards to whether the building is necessary, the agricultural consultant considered that there is need for a dwelling on a permanent basis on the side to run the farming enterprise. With regards to the impact on the Great Horseshoe Bat, no negative impacts are envisioned due to landscaping proposed and the leaving enough of a width of a dark sky for them to navigate. And with regards to the impact on the AONB and the landscaping, it's considered that the proposal can mitigate any negative impacts to the landscape. With regards to locating the dwelling outside of the area of outstanding natural beauty. The wider landscape quality, it just doesn't end here. It continues, but it would still, if that was the case, there's still going to be impacts. It basically would be just a tick box exercise in locating the dwelling within the farmstead, but outside the green area. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the planning officer, please? Councillor Brazil.
Yeah, just on that last statement, am I to understand then that basically if you live in a nice area, whether it's the AONB or not, it doesn't really matter, it's all the same? There's no difference between designating in the AONB or not?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So I'm landscape specialist at the council. In this instance, when we evaluated the application, what we were looking at was the landscape character assessment work, as well as the AONB designation. And in terms of the quality of the landscape, across that line, there is very little difference. So whichever side of the line you were on, we would still be applying DEV 20. Whichever side of the boundary line you were on, you'd still be applying DEV 25 because it would still be in the setting of the AONB. So we're still looking at, it's not that we're downgrading outside the boundary, we're actually saying that the quality of the landscape across the whole holding in any of the locations that you might want to look at is still a very high quality. So the advice that we gave was then based on an analysis of the site that had been selected and the mitigation proposals that were put forward, which we felt would address the visual harm and that the scale of the development would not have an adverse effect on the wider character of the AONB or its setting.
Yes, Councillor Brazil.
Chairman, that's the landscape officers now talking. Perhaps I could ask, I mean, you say that you've mitigated it, but we don't actually know where the outline permission, so we've no idea where that house is going to be. Could be anywhere within inside the site boundary. So how do we know that the landscaping plan that you've put in place would mitigate where that house is going to be? We don't know if it's 1, 2 story. It's an outline application, and as such, I'm struggling to understand how you can put in a landscaping thing when you haven't actually, when you're trying to hit a moving target.
Further details will be submitted with the reserved matters, and that will then show where the house will go, and landscape details will be submitted at that time as well, and then it will be assessed whether or not that landscape scheme is suitable, and if not, then further details will need to be submitted.
Yeah, because Mr. Warner.
Councillor, just to answer that, the bottom line is, if the reserve matters comes in and moves the dwelling to a position where an appropriate landscaping scheme cannot be delivered, it would not get approval. Because we still retain control over where on the site that goes. So if it comes in and the siting doesn't deliver what's being said it will deliver in terms of landscaping, it will simply be refused.
Any further questions? Yeah, Councillor.
Outline application, but the reason that we are considering it is due to design concerns, okay, relating to the retaining wall, facing materials, insufficient amenity space, etc.
Oh, that's, you're on the wrong one there.
What? No, I'm not.
No, I'm wondering what
No, I'm not. No, I'm
It
not.
does say that.
It's the wrong. Oh, right, yeah. No, so okay, I mean, that's for the last one. So the reasons why I brought this to committee was because, in my view, it was in the AONB and there was a perfectly adequate alternative site that was not in the AONB, and as such, it was against policy. Sorry? No, this one's just in the A1B. What I'm saying is that it should be outside the A1B.
That,
Again, members, sincere apologies. It's clearly an error as to why this one has been called in. And I absolutely agree. The reasons that Councillor Illis has said were exactly why we were asked to, why it was being called in, and it's an error in the report, which I absolutely apologise for.
can we proceed on that basis?
Yeah.
Right, so we can, right, Councillor Long, we can proceed on that basis.
Can I just have some clarification? Obviously, it's an outline. We've got a list of conditions there, some of which we've assumed that, you know, detailed materials, visibility spade, heating removed. Why outline those elements included?
So, my understanding is that everything is reserved except access, hence why the visibility displays are on, and there are certain conditions there that have to be on there. As you members recall, the outline is the planning permission. The reserved matters itself are matters reserved by the planning permission, but isn't in itself a planning permission. So anything that goes to anything that needs to be controlled, such as the removal of PD rights, agricultural tie, the various other things that go to the heart of the permission have to be on the outline. And it is all, and if we don't put conditions on requesting certain details that fall out of the reserved matters, we can fall into the trap of national statute says what has to be submitted to the reserved matters. So if you're not particularly asking for things like boundary treatments, conservation mitigation, ecology, biodiversity net gain, they could submit a reserved matters based on the national, and it's simply scale, layout, design materials, and we wouldn't be able to insist on anything else, which is why we put the conditions on an outline stage to make sure we get all the details we need to properly assess it at a reserved matter stage.
I'm glad you clarified that. I haven't seen anything about external lighting.
I think, well, I would have thought that would come under the special area of conservation mitigation measures. The special area of conservation will be the, but we can make sure that's done.
Right, any further questions? No, in that case, then we will move on to supporter. Mrs. Amanda Byrne. Oh, beg your pardon, I missed that one. Yeah. To be read. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Oh.
Yep.
So I'm reading on behalf of Richard Hawkins. My apologies for not being here, and thank you for allowing this to be read out in my absence. On reading the planning application report, there have been 5 letters of objection and 5 letters of support. Without exception, and quite unusually, all 10 letters are in agreement that there is a need for a house near the farm buildings for Jeff Merrin. The only point of contention is the position of the proposed house, which is within an area of outstanding natural beauty. The National Planning Policy Framework is clear that areas of outstanding natural beauty have the highest status of protection in relation to landscape and scenic beauty, similar to national parks, and that great weight should be given by the planning authorities serving these qualities. It then goes on to say in paragraph 130 that decision takers should ask the question, could the development be located on land with less harm to the area of natural beauty, such as outside the area of natural beauty? Could I now draw your attention to the satellite view of the farm? The buildings are in the middle of the picture. The red line represents the area of natural beauty boundary. The land to the left of the red line is within the area of natural beauty, and the land to the right is outside. The proposed development is shown to the left of the red line within the area of natural and beauty. Yet 200 yards away, there is land owned by the applicants, which I've marked suggesting location, which is outside the area of natural beauty. A house here would satisfy all the criteria set out in the original planning application, namely that A, the house should be close to the farm buildings, B, the house should be within sight and sound of the livestock, C, the house should be near the farm, access for security reasons. More importantly, would satisfy the statutory duty of care required of the planners towards the area of natural beauty under Section 85 of the Countryside Rights of Way Act. Last Monday, you would have seen the layout of the area on the site visit and the field outside the area of natural beauty adjacent to the farm entrance on Captain Lane, marked suggested location. There is virtually no traffic on this lane apart from farm traffic, so worries about crossing the lane here are unfounded. In conclusion, I respectfully request that the development within the area of natural beauty be refused on the grounds that there is an alternative position outside the area of natural beauty, thereby satisfying the statutory duty of care required by the authority.
Thank you. Because we can't have any questions on that one. I think Amelia might be just pleased about that. So, members, we've gone that far, so we'll now go to having the porter. Yeah, this is Amanda Burton, please. And you know we've got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members. I act on behalf of the applicants, David and Jenny Merrin, who together with their 2 sons run the farming business at Hendon View Farm. This application seeks outline consent for an agricultural dwelling to provide on-site accommodation for Jeff Merrin, who's the head herdsman, who currently lives in the mobile home, was granted planning in 2007, extended in 2020 and runs out in November this year. The application is fully supported by the Agricultural Appraisal Officer in accordance with TTV 26. The farm is currently home to 3,000 head of grass-fed beef, which comprise Aberdeen Angus cattle that produce premium beef that is sold via the Tesco's Finest range, providing local employment for the family and 4 further workers. The farm currently only has 1 permanent dwelling situated on the north side of the hamlet of Hendon, not within sight and sound of the farming enterprise, together with the mobile home. The applicants purchased the farm in 2006 with just that 1 dwelling. Jeff Merrin left school at 16, has been working on the farm for the last 10 years and lived in the mobile home for the last 5. A permanent dwelling on the site is essential for the continued operation of this farming business to deal swiftly with any illnesses or issues with many of the baby calves that are reared on the holding, to deal with the early loading of cattle and to manage biosecurity and general security of the site. The dwelling has been located immediately adjacent to the farm entrance and calf sheds and adjacent to the site of the temporary dwelling and in the corner of the field where the electric lines, as you saw, cross the site and where there are existing 2 Devon hedge banks surrounding it on 2 sides. The application has been accompanied by a detailed landscaping scheme and visual impact assessment, which has been fully supported by the landscape officer, Amanda, who's here, subject to conditions, and by Natural England. The agricultural dwelling to serve this business needs to be sited within sight and sound and within the cluster of the livestock buildings and therefore adjacent to them. 2/3 of the farm, as you can see, at Hendon View Farm is in the AONB, and if a dwelling were to be relocated to be outside the AONB, it would have to be away from the cattle and isolated from the farm buildings, or indeed across the road, as you've seen from this suggestion, and indeed on higher ground, and would not relate to any landscape features and would not provide the on-site supervision and the security that is necessary for this large business. The siting of this dwelling immediately adjacent to the farm, close to the calf buildings, means that Jeff Merrin is permanently on site, therefore providing a sustainable location to support his business, but in a safe environment away from the prevailing wind that carries farm dust, smell and noise. The applicants are continually looking at more sustainable ways to farm and continue to run a viable business and will therefore prepare detailed reserve matters plans with solar panels, air source heat pump, to ensure running costs and increase their low carbon credentials, as well as the comprehensive landscaping and biodiversity enhancement proposed. We are very happy with all the conditions that have been suggested and therefore very much hope, members, that you will support this farming family with the need to live on site. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody got any questions? Yeah, okay. Sir Baldry.
That's for my benefit because I didn't make the site visit. Where is Mr. Merrin's caravan at the moment in relation to the agricultural buildings?
right next door.
Just below the light blue arrow.
It's a very light little splodge under the arrow.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I'm going to ask a question. Why sighting is in that corner of the field is against where it was suggested? What would the visibility be effect on the overall countryside? Because I mean, it's a nice looking countryside wherever you look at. You think that in that corner is the better place because of that?
Well, we employed greenhouse consultants to look at the siting, and they came up with the corner of the field. From a practical farming point of view, if it's in the corner of the field, it's not wasting having something jut out. Obviously, the mobile home is quite a long, narrow sort of slither, but the proposed dwelling was going to go into the corner. In the landscape officer's comments, I think you've made a comment about copses being relevant landscaping feature, and that's what we want to create in that corner, a sort of small copse around the building. It was a case of using the corner of the field. It's obviously sloping lands. It's not on the skyline. It's not on the top of the hill. For all those reasons.
So you used a consultant to?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Right. Where are we next? Must be down to Councillor Brazil, who is standing in for Councillor Camp as board member.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, can I say that I agreed with 90% of what Amanda said there. There's a need. Want to support a farming family? Absolutely no problem with that. My one concern, and if we leave this picture on here, that would be good, is where I disagreed with her is when she said that if it was outside of the AOMB, otherwise the other side of that road, and you can see the track going into the farmyard there in the sort of right-hand corner there, so that's very accessible. So that it would be a long way away from the farm buildings and the cattle. That's just simply not the case. It's quite clear within our policy that we say that if there's an alternative site, we should look to use it. What we hear is that, yeah, 2/3 are in the AOMB, but 1/3 isn't. So in my calculation, that's about 165 acres available for positioning an alternative site for this agricultural dwelling, which no one argues. We're not arguing against that. We absolutely accept that there's a need for it. Can I suggest, when we were on site visit, that absolutely you want to have a house in that corner there because you've got a fantastic view of Dartmoor, down the valley. For those of you, I mean, Keith wasn't there, but that land slopes down. So that arrow pointing is actually inverts. Actually, the land slopes down to a valley, and then you look across that valley and you can see Dartmoor. So of course, absolutely you'd want to be there, but that's the whole point about it, is it's in the area of outstanding natural beauty. And I have to say, I am very concerned with some of the comments that I've heard from officers in respect of, you know, the area of outstanding natural beauty is defined within the National Policy Framework document. And it says that if it's in there, it given the highest protection that we can give it. It doesn't say if it's outside or if it's nice landscape like that. It says specifically about the area of outstanding natural beauty. And so we have a policy that says if you can do it outside, that's what you should do. And so that's why I brought this to committee, because I do think that if we're serious about protecting the AOMB, that when we've got as clear-cut a case as this, that's what we should be doing, and we should be putting it outside of the designated area. Thank you, Chair.
Further questions? Discussion?
Could I make a comment?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm one of the members of the AOMB, and whether you're inside or outside, that's still, whether you're in the setting of the AOMB, it comes out with the same results. So whether it's in that field or this field, I don't think that is really relevant.
Right. Councillor Merton.
From memory, the AONB's been in place for what, 65 years. So at some time or other, somebody's carried out an assessment because all those farm buildings, they're all within the AONB as well. So at some time or other, somebody's carried out an assessment and has thought that it's acceptable for those farm buildings to be within the AONB. So, where this house is sited, bearing in mind that all those farm buildings are there, I'm not going to say it's there. I don't know that it makes a huge amount, that much difference, bearing in mind that you've already got that large set of farm buildings there.
Okay. We're going to debate now. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. When I managed to find the site, it was quite a useful site visit to take place, but those are some windy lanes. A very interesting debate thus far, and I have a great deal of sympathy with what people like Councillor Brazil have said, and indeed what Councillor Taylor said. I sat on the AONB myself for several years, and as I said in an earlier application, it should be given the protection that it deserves. I don't think there's anybody that disputes that. I'll refer to a comment that I made in a previous planning committee, echoing the comment of a former member of this committee, Councillor Holway, when he said that it's not an area of outstanding natural beauty, it's an area of outstanding farmed beauty. And it is farming that has by and large maintained these landscapes for the last several centuries, certainly prior to its designation. And I do think there is, a need has been demonstrated here, and I have a great deal of sympathy with it. So, it's clearly a fine planning balance. It's very fine indeed, and you could argue there is just about enough space to locate it outside the AONB, but you'd still be able to see it from there. So, fairly finely balanced on this, but I will move approval in line with the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm actually going to have to run out the door in 2 seconds. Got to be at another meeting at 5. And another one. Sorry, yeah. That better. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go in a second, so I've got to be somewhere else at 5 o'clock and then another meeting at 6:30, so I'm really sorry. But just to say, I think actually we shouldn't be too frightened of putting stuff in the ONB. I know we've got our designations that we look after, but it seems to be the assumption is whatever we put in there is going to be awful. Now, there's been a caravan smiling everybody across the AONB for some couple of years. So I think as long as we make sure that the new hedging that goes in there, which can actually increase things, that we're going to put proposals for a copse and fruit trees, and as long as the building itself is is designed appropriately and doesn't sort of stick out too much or show too much, a shadow of a roof, etc., in the landscape is a lot of what we often love in the AONB. We don't necessarily need to see a really sterile landscape with just roads and pylons as part of what we assume is the natural landscape. So I personally think this is actually something we should support, because I think it's really important we do support not just people to work in as part of farming, but also to be able to have families and families to be safe and have some privacy away perhaps from the farm. I mean, I think this is a good position in terms of farm security. I really accept that, because I think it's something that a lot of people, and include myself there as people with any land, you're always concerned about security. But I also think that, personal security, being as the person who was there, was a bit frightened to get out of the car because of the bull sign. If you've got young children, I think that's something to be considered as well. I just wanted to put that bit in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Brown sort of got in front of me a little bit there, because I would also recommend, and I'll second approval on this one if I may. There is a need for this because of the I don't think that's in dispute, really, the need for this because of animal welfare and everything else. This is a farm that carries 3,000 plus animals, over 500 acres. normally we would see maybe 2 or 3 dwellings for workers on a enterprise this size. So I will willingly actually second the approval.
Right, thank you. Anybody else got anything to say? Extra?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I won't prolong the debate really, but I support everything that's already been said in favour of this application. We've got a farming family here who've got sons who want to carry on with farming, and very often nowadays, farming families, sons don't want to know. They go off and do something else. They don't want to be involved in farming, and we don't have the beautiful green fields without we've got somebody to look after them. And you won't see the animals in the fields. A lot of them are being kept indoors all the time now. We're having less and less farms, and they're getting bigger and bigger, and family farms are a thing of the past. So I think we should be supporting family farms, and I will be voting in favour of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Anybody else got anything to say? Well, I think everybody, great, Councillor Long.
I just want to raise the point, if it's heading towards approval, bang on about landscaping. Again, you've got a 5-year, I think, with the importance of this area being, you know, if it does go ahead, landscaping a minimum of a 10-year, or even from the point of view of the importance of the landscaping has been stressed by the landscaping officer, and the visual impact of that site at TPO on trees as well as there's some way to ensure permanent action.
It's remarkable. This is the 3rd exception in a row. It certainly seems to be becoming the rule now. I'm comfortable, given its A and B, and given the reason we're talking about the landscaping. I'm comfortable with a 10-year. I'm less comfortable with automatically TPOing it, because I suspect there are none or very few TPOs across the rest of that part of the landscape. So I think that's probably, for me, a little bit too far, but I'd be happy to go for the 10-year on the landscape.
Yeah, well, I would accept that. Reluctant.
Thank you. Are the proposer and seconder? Yes,
Chairman, on condition number 4, I was looking for the agricultural residency condition. I see that it is there. Could this be, is it necessary for us to say in perpetuity, or is that pretty much considered? It doesn't say it at the moment. I'm asking is, can we make it in perpetuity as a condition so that we make sure this stays to agricultural tie, or is that not necessary?
That is as close as I've seen to the model condition that's recommended.
That's fine.
It doesn't need to say in perpetuity, because it is the occupation of the dwelling, full stop. So it's the occupation of the dwelling moving forward. So no, it doesn't.
Happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else got anything? I'm not going to say anything to skew it either way. Most people know my view on farming and the area of outstanding natural beauty. So if we are ready, okay, with the conditions and everything else, this is voting for an application with a recommendation of approval for an agricultural dwelling. All those in favour, please show. Right. Those against? 1 against and 1 abstention. Yeah. So that application is approved. Thank you, members. Members, I think we're going to lose. We've lost one. Councillor Brown, did you say you had to go? Was it you? No. Well, I would strongly suggest that by 6:30 I won't be here either. All right. No, we're not.
Oh, hang on.
You okay now? Yeah, okay. Right, members, last one. First thing I'm going to do, I think, is apologise to Charlie. I think it's the third time in a row we kept him waiting. Anyway, so this is application at in Ivy Bridge, Rest Home, Western Road. Application number 3295, 21 full. Mr. Bladen, will you give us your presentation, please?
Okay. Right, so this is a proposal to construct a pair of semi-detached dwellings offering 2 bedrooms and 2 parking spaces each. The application site is located within the built-up area of Ivy Bridge, which is, for the purposes of the local plan, Ivy Bridge is classed as a Tier 1 main town, is at the top of the hierarchy of settlements. So it's a sustainable location in principle for new residential development. The dwellings themselves will be of a contemporary modern design with simple detailing, which should fit into the surrounding local vernacular, which is characterized generally by this area to the south of the site where it says Bowden's Park, which is a modern housing development that's about 15 years old. Here's a site plan again, and you can see that to the left or west of the site and to the south of the site, there are existing terrace units which are of a similar scale and density of development to the proposed development that we're discussing today. In terms of neighbour amenity and impacts on neighbours' amenity and privacy, it's considered that the proposal would have an acceptable impact, taking into account the context of the existing development adjacent to the site on Bowden's Park. There have been some concerns raised about potential highways impacts. Specifically, there was concern about competition for on-street parking and congestion on local roads during construction. My view is that the introduction of 2 additional houses is not going to have a significant impact on traffic on local roads, and they're providing 2 parking spaces, off-street parking spaces per dwelling, I think is acceptable. And I've also recommended a condition for limiting construction hours and hours of delivery to try to reduce the impact that it would have on congesting the roads during construction. Well, other matters. Drainage. The site will be connected to the foul main sewage. Being within a town, it's appropriate to connect it to the mains, and each dwelling will be served individually by soakaways, which can be seen here in the image on the left. The little squares to the rear of the houses. Oh. Sustainability. The 2 houses will be constructed to a high thermal efficiency, and will have solar panels on the roof, which you can see in the top left image on this screen. And lastly, the site is within the catchment area for the Plymouth European Marine Site, and the agent has indicated a willingness to make the financial contribution that would be necessary in this case, subject to the committee approving the proposal today. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Members, questions?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if we just go back to the picture of the site plan. That one, this one? Yeah, and you can see the 3 trees there. When we were on the site visit, I asked if those trees were remaining, and you said they were going to go. Are those 3 trees that you can see within the site area, are they're going, are they?
Yes, the tree officer was consulted on the proposal and took the view that
there would be, he didn't wish to raise an objection on agricultural.
Okay, and then because then also there doesn't seem to be anything here about biodiversity. You know, if you lose a tree is you know, offers thousands of, you know, it's 1,000 ecosystems within a tree. You're losing that. There's got to be something.
Yes, we did
to mitigate that.
We did discuss that at mediation, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
And it slipped my memory. I do apologise, but I can add a condition to the recommendation that some sort of biodiversity net gain can be called for in the form of bat boxes and or bird boxes. I think that's what we discussed at mediation.
Just on that, Sharon, what we've done in the past, because I do think it's going to be very hard to get that 10% gain on site, is that we've asked, is we have on occasion got a contribution to an offsite.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that would be more appropriate here.
I'm making the assumption that the recommendation is now effectively a delegated approval subject to Section 106 agreement to secure the Tamar Valley EMS contribution. So I would be quite comfortable if that was added to and a offsite contribution for biodiversity net gain.
Yeah, very happy with that.
Any other questions? Councillor Smurden, sorry.
Yeah, Charlie, can you just go back to the plan, you know, that shows the front elevations of the building of the, yeah, that one. So why are they set, the two houses set on different levels? I mean, members stood there. I mean, yeah, there's a tiny gradient, but nothing more. You know, you could easily excavate that out. I mean, that makes the construction of them more difficult and B, more expensive. Why on earth are they built like that?
Actually,
okay. Oh God. No, sorry, no. That's okay. Yeah, okay. Well, yes, fair enough. I mean, you know. Okay. Well, I appreciate what they're trying to do, but I would have thought that a degree of that, just a small degree of. Sorry.
No, I was asking you.
You were asking me to be quiet.
Councillor, the other point, I think it's just a question that's a valid question. I think the other point is that most developers now will try to minimise excavation because it's a lot easier to keep what you're excavating on site rather than excavating and taking it away and the inherent costs of transport and dumping. So I think if there is a little bit of cut and fill, to try and keep the land on the site rather than taking it away is almost
Anybody else for anybody? Councillor Long?
Just a question about amenity space. How much amenity space, because looking at the plans, it doesn't seem to be that much. How much amenity space is afforded to each of those dwellings?
I don't.
Any more questions?
the only point I was going to make, Councillor Long, is looking at the amenity space for the rest of the estate. I would suggest it's very similar. And if you recall, going back over the main road at the traffic lights, You walk back up immediately to the left-hand side. There is a very well used, very well equipped park and play area. You can just see it there. And so there is a safe walk through pedestrian crossing with traffic light pedestrian crossing.
Okay. Right, we'll move on to there's no objector to supporter. Mr. Ian Hodgson. Your long wait has come to an end. You've got 3 minutes, right?
Mr. Chairman, planning committee members, I've read through the very thorough case officer's report, which reflects to me the fact that detailed examination of the proposed development has been undertaken against an extensive number of relevant planning policies. The comprehensiveness of the report is such that I do not feel the need to go into the nuances of the scheme, as they have been adequately highlighted and dealt with, and I thank the case officer for his diligence in this respect. Compliance with all of these policies has been confirmed. With all this in mind, and the officer's recommendation of a conditional approval decision notice be issued under delegated authority, I am somewhat confused as to the need for this application to have been debated at this formal development management committee meeting. I'm aware that one of the ward councillors requested that it be referred to the committee due to overdevelopment and highways concerns. The officer's report details that an assessment on these has been undertaken and confirmed that these are unfounded. In respect of parking provision and access, extensive discussions were undertaken with the DCC Highways Department, who confirmed that the resultant proposal, informed and vetted by them, was acceptable. I would respectfully suggest that had the ward member attended the procedural internal mediation meeting, these concerns perhaps could have been allayed, negating the need for this presentation. But by default, due to non-attendance, this opportunity was unfortunately missed. Noting Ivybridge Town's council support for this application, no objections from statutory consultees, and the support of the planning department for this project via the officer's report, we respectfully request that planning permission be granted for the proposal as detailed in the case officer's report and recommendations.
Thank you very much. Any questions, anybody? No? Right. Thank you very much. Right. So we move on to, we haven't got either ward member here. Any statements from any ward members? Neither? In that case, we're... Councillor Personnel.
Can I move approval as per the officer recommendation?
Can I second approval?
Any further comments? Yes, Councillor Baldry.
I totally support and I share the view of the supporter. I've read it, I listened to what Councillor Austin had to say at the site meeting, and I've absolutely no idea why this has come to the committee. The officer, as planning officer, has dealt with it very adequately. The proposed buildings are totally in keeping with other buildings in the area, and for personal preference, I like the staggered roof lines along the section. I completely support.
Thank you, Councillor Baldry. I think you probably got some more support than that here, not preempting the result. So, if nobody else has got these, you know what the recommendation is for approval of this.
Section 106.
Section 106, yes.
Biodiversity net gain in Tamar Valley EMS contribution.
Have we got all the, and you cover any other conditions that were mentioned?
The biodiversity ones mentioned by Councillor Brazil.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't have the mic on. It's delegate approval, section 106 to cover Tamar Valley EMS contribution and biodiversity net gain. I'm not aware of any other conditions that were changed.
Right. Can I have a show of hands for approval, please? I think that's unanimous.
It's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. We are not going to do. We're not going to do the appeals and